We are Legends of Evantris. This is Icebound. Lend us your strength and join us. A full 2 months remain until the winter solstice, but the terrible cold of this land betrays this fact. Even in early fall, the temperature and snow and ice exceeds even the harshest winter you've ever known. More than a month has passed since you and your friends were icebound here in the harsh dominion of Drakkar, and it has taken all of your efforts to survive. You're not quite sure how you would convey what you've experienced to those who might listen. But you imagine you wouldn't care how the tale was told. Sharing the story would mean you've somehow made it through. The 5 of you huddle alone now in the ruins of some ancient town or village, settled along the side of a great iced river. The few remaining structures that stand offer the luxury of real shelter. Below the surface ice of the river, schools of long-headed pike offer not just essential nourishment, but rich and toothsome fillets that taste like hope made manifest. With this reprieve, you ponder your options. There is no path to the west. The frozen, endless sea offers no passage. There is seemingly no path to the east, for the craggy, crooked mountain heights cut into the sky like teeth, whispering promises of deadly precipices and monstrous danger. And there is certainly no path to the south, not just due to the coming winter, but because that line would take you back again to that isolate isle with its sinister, ominous tower, the very thought of which makes you tremble with a fear darker than the terror of death. What lies ahead of you to the north? Salvation or damnation? What has happened to the remaining crew? Who raised this great system of cairns and arches that have guided your path to the ruins of this vacant river town? And what is the nature of the surreal, dreamlike lights now visiting you in the night, offering visions far greater than brilliant luster skies? What happens next is up to you.
So we're all in this little hut that we've made for ourselves, right?
It was one of the stone huts that still had a roof attached to it and a chimney. And you all find yourself in glorious shelter and surrounded by foods, by delicious
God.
by delicious
I gotta do it every time. Sorry.
by delicious cooked fish, pike prepared by Barnabas on the fire. And the fire is roaring. This space is the first time you've felt shelter from the winds, from the ice, from the snow. And it's the first time where you're actually loosening up your clothes a little bit and going, wow, I can breathe. This is almost like civilization. What a luxury to have a full belly, more food than you can eat, and a warm place to sleep tonight. That is where you find yourself.
Not only that, but I came in handy, and I found all of these. And I have laid out all of the candles that I found in the floorboards.
Yes, and for the purposes of tracking, I'm going to hand you this. Each one of those represents 8 hours of burn time. And because you had 12, there's a total of 36 coins in there. And anytime you should light one of these candles, no bigger than the candle that I hold in my hand. No bigger than the candle I should hold in my hand. Yet when lit, it produces the roaring heat of a bonfire. And mechanically, you would benefit from that being close to its warmth. But for now, you've got plenty of fuel, too. You've been able to pull up boards from the floor, or perhaps use deteriorated doors from neighboring ruined structures, and have been able to put together a very clean burning firewood fire here in this small place you're temporarily calling home.
There was also some fresh parchment, which appeared to have been from people who had come here before us, which was essentially the remainder of the crew.
That is correct. Your first clue as to the destiny of the crew was the fact that you found the young cabin boy, and I'm going to switch over to something a little less epic.
I'm helping.
Is that the song when Qui-Gon and Obi-Wan are in the deep
If
sea
it was,
on
then
that
we're about
boat?
to be copyright struck.
Oh no, Disney! Sorry! Oh fuck!
You think you're gonna use that kind of medicine? What?
There's a mouse with a shotgun behind Derek!
Oh no.
Yes, a piece of parchment with an illustration. The cabin boy, Roland, was pretty private person, very much a teenager of sorts, and so he would write in his journal and make illustrations, and you seem to have found a torn out piece of this parchment there just above the hearth that you're now enjoying this fire, and it had an illustration of the docks outside on this river that you are all neighboring, and where there is no ship now, there was some kind of a ice sled, something that had sails that could actually be ridden across the surface of frozen water. And the deduction that you've made is that it's missing now. The crew probably took it and continued wherever that river may lead.
See, I'm helping. I might whine too much, I might avoid work, I might drink too much, I probably eat too much of our food, but I'm helping.
Did anyone suggest you are not helping?
Well, I just kind of got that sense from everybody. You didn't have to say it, all right? It's written all over your face.
Do you require validation from me?
Yes.
Thank you.
Mr. Savascotch,
You're welcome.
you're doing a bang up job, and there is more food than we'll be able to carry, especially if I go back out into that lake with my harpoon. Those pike won't stand a chance.
This is good for now, but we cannot stay here forever. So what is our next step?
Well, we have for clarification, I think we found on the gliding, that's not like a schematic, right? It's just like a picture.
It just looks like a rough illustration, not something that you would be able to build to specification with, like an instruction manual or an IKEA guide. Instead, you've got that like smiling dude, and he's like holding up. No, nothing along those lines. This is a well rendered for it's not pure classic art or what have you, but it's a relatively well rendered illustration of the sled, and you would guess that you wouldn't have the materials for it in this ruined town.
Okay.
Do you think that we would have the materials for it in this ruined town?
Make a intelligence check at disadvantage.
And thank you, Ukador and Lil Kawaii Mistress.
Hey! Welcome.
Thank you.
Welcome.
I just want you to know that the first one was a natural 20. How does an 8 feel?
With an 8, you think that you probably have enough material in this town to build another sled just like the one in this drawing.
Queenie, I think that you can use this to build a sled to specifications.
I'm gonna smack your butt. I think you're right. You wanna help me?
Well, I'm no good at that, but Scrim is great work.
Wait, he likes to help.
No,
he just
no,
said so himself.
help.
I
He's
just
very
said
useful.
I just said that I've been helpful. I did it. I'm done. I helped. I don't need to help more.
You're real tall and you got big muscles. Not quite like Barnabas over here, but you got big muscles.
Certainly not like Barnabas.
I could use it. We're gonna have to tear the roof off this place. And I start looking at the roof.
Okay, well, I'm happy to help.
No,
you.
I think there are other rooms we should keep one for a smoking room if we have time to stay here in camp.
Well, I can't imagine how long it would take to build this thing, but I'm not really eager to leave. This is nice. We have food and shelter. I don't want to go back out there yet. And if this takes a long time to build, I'm not going to complain. Trust me.
I'm not saying that we should leave immediately, but what I am saying is that this is a temporary comfort, and that our fate does not end here.
So you don't think I have time to make this boat?
If you would like to stay and attempt to make this boat, do you have experience in such carpentry?
Just the experience I had trying to make that wiener boat back on the ship.
That was a good 5 minutes.
I mean, I learned a lot in that 5 minutes.
We can stay for several days if you wish, especially if we should smoke the fish that we catch for rations. But I just bring it up as far as when we do decide to move on. Do we go after the crew?
How do you make fish oil?
Would I know how to make fish oil?
I would assume that you would know how to make fish
Probably.
oil. Yeah. I would say most of you would be familiar enough with the process, even you, Queenie, but maybe you're asking rhetorically.
I've never done it myself. Now, who I used to live with made fish oil all the time, and I've been afeared that you're supposed to just squeeze them till all the oil leaks out. I don't think my hands are big enough for that, but I think to make sure we can light fires, to make sure we have oil for all kinds of things, maybe I can even make flaming arrows. I got so many ideas. Can I have a piece of that parchment? I think we should make a list, and I'm just going to grab it and start making a list.
Go for it.
So, I think that we should make some fish oil. We should probably fill up all of our water jugs. We definitely got to make this boat. How are we going to bundle up all these sticks? Who's going to carry everything? How strong are you? Is anybody running out of pack space? I'm near full up.
I'm good. I threw out all my rope and torches.
And all the stuff from your other character you played too.
Yeah.
So,
And inadvertently from your group.
anyway, my point is I'm freaking out a little bit because I know that this comfort isn't going to last for long. We got to make sure we know exactly what we're going to do before we leave.
This is fine. While you work on the boat, I would like to assemble some kind of sled or sledge that we could pull with supplies behind us if the boat thing doesn't work out.
With that kind of attitude, it won't there, Mr. Yarnier. Are you doubting our carpenters?
Are you a carpenter?
Nope, just worked on a wiener boat for about 5 minutes.
Right,
Oh,
that
you
makes
said
you...
you're a journeyman carpenter.
No, I do leather work and I can sew quite a bit. I'm a woodworker.
Well, you know what they say.
But there's a difference between a woodworker and a carpenter. A carpenter makes houses. Woodworker whittles weird little bears out of branches and shit.
Oh, I wasn't going to say that. That's good. That's good advice.
We're a good scrimshaw. Well, I'm going to take the time to enjoy a nice meal with our crew, our surviving crew. I'll set up a smoking hut, and I guess I'll fish and smoke until we leave.
Can we do anything with fish bones?
I don't think we need to carry every unnecessary piece of the animal.
Well, I'm just concerned. I don't know if you remember where we just came from, but there was nothing. And if it got down to it, I'm going to chomp myself to happiness on some fish bones.
Well,
There's marrow in fish bones, isn't there?
we could make a fish
Or are they hollow?
broth or a fish stock with the bones, but then we have to carry it.
I don't know what to do. I'm feeling hopeless.
We should, from the first leg of our journey, we learned 2 things. We were woefully ill-equipped to move across frozen tundras, and we didn't move very fast.
Well, we learned 3 things. I mean, we spent time learning about the wiener boat. And they
Yeah,
always
I
say,
spent 5 minutes on that wiener boat.
give a man a wiener boat and he's set for maybe a couple days, but teach a man how to build a wiener boat and he's set for life.
Oh, that's true.
I've never
3
heard that
things.
saying before, but I like it.
Well, we're trading information.
I think I've heard every saying about boats. I've never heard that one.
Oh, are you sure? Well, you learn something new every day, one of us. Don't assume you know everything. You're not the smartest man in the room.
That's true. That's true, Mr. Sapascotch.
All right, well, I still think we should address maybe those first 2 things.
All right, so how do we address them?
Oh, well, I think we gather the pike with Barnabas, we smoke them, we prepare as much food as we can carry, and you build that fancy wind sled.
I'm building a sled now, not a boat.
Is it not a wind sled?
I don't know. I thought I was building a sled. Then someone said a boat, and then I think I said a boat, and then somebody else said a sled. I don't know which one I'm building.
I imagine it as the sand sled things from Avatar, where they skate across the dunes.
I love that major image.
Oh, that's what I was thinking too. No, that's a great Nickelodeon series.
Yeah, I would say picture the bottom half of Santa Claus sleigh. Right,
Yeah.
these 2 long rails with 2 great structures attached to a ship or boat like
Like
structure.
in Snow Dogs.
And then an actual mast connected with what is clearly some sort of canvas or tarp that could be leveraged as a sail. It has a rudder, a very tall rudder, more similar to or akin to the boats you would see in Moana as they are traveling from one direction to the other, right? Mm-hmm. And there you go. As long as the river is frozen and smooth and flat, then you'd be able to leverage the winds. Even if they're coming against you, you can cut and cut and cut and still make forward progress. It's a very effective means of transportation, especially in an environment like this.
Well, I say we make that. What he said.
What who said?
Oh.
You just sat there in silence for a while.
Are you going to finish that, Mr. Fire Blossom?
Oh, please.
Night is approaching, and you're all clearly almost drunk from the endorphin rush that came with a full belly. And, I don't know what's happening anymore. But what's important is that...
Well, 20 minutes in, you can't not know what's happening.
You've already lost control. We own this session!
That's right. This level of table has lost all authority. Sorry, we don't have any, rocks fall, you all die, get the fear back.
Oh, God.
Actually, let's get the fear back before we go to sleep, and because you're enjoying shelter, because you enjoyed food, there are no... Despite the fact that it is, it's like negative 36 degrees outside. Wow. You are totally in the warmth. This wonderful little pocket of heaven that you guys call home for now. Some of you are still hurting. So very quickly, if we can go around the table and establish our statuses in the form of exhaustion conditions. I know that you all reset your number of days eaten to 0, but let's have a quick tracking conversation to make sure that we all are on the same page in terms of disadvantages. Yeah.
It's been so long, I forgot.
I'm at 1 level of exhaustion.
I'm at 3. But I'm not hungry.
But I've got a full belly.
You know that you're going to sleep like a baby tonight.
Yeah.
I'm at 1 level of exhaustion.
Okay. Yeah, you're all feeling it. It's been a long, hard road just to get to this ice river outpost. Mm-hmm. Are you okay?
0. I'm good.
0. And Barnabas, I think that you are fresh up.
Hold on, I gotta go through these tabs on my iPad. 40 pigeon puns, songs about pigeons, the prisoner lyrics.
While you're looking, Queenie, I wanted to say I laid out all of the elemental bone in the hut, so it's not in my pack anymore.
And you laid it out, and I put down the sack of 100 gold next to it.
Perfect. And then that way we can free up some space while we're doing work amongst the encampment, and then we can figure out how to carry it later.
40 plus frog jokes. When was the trumpet?
This is the secret to being a bard.
You got S, friend. Circle of Death. Nagpa.
So,
I'm good.
for the past 4 weeks of Edge of Midnight, I have made bullshit initiative cards because mine were lost.
You found them.
That
And
is
in my
fucking
mind,
hilarious.
I have blamed Derek because Derek's the only person who, most of the time, who DMs beside me, and I always leave my shit out, and so he has to clean it up. And I'm like, he probably put them somewhere. I keep forgetting to ask him, and by the time I need them, they're in the back of my notebook.
Yeah, I was
Every
taking them
single
off the
one of them.
DM screen. Was like, Nikki, fuck you.
I destroyed Curse of Strahd initiative cards that I was gonna save because I needed them like last minute. I'm stupid.
Thanks for the follow, lore.
Oh, Lord
Friend D.
Oh, friendly.
More friendly.
Lord
I thought it was
Friendly.
fiendy at
Oh,
first.
friendly. How friendly is this lore? Very. Welcome.
Are you gonna tell us what you're at?
And
No, I'm good.
He's good. He got the long rest.
I feel very good. I'm well rested. I'm well fed. This is my voice now.
Welcome to the campaign. Barnabas transforms into a bear of a man.
Yeah.
Fish of a man.
Do you guys do anything before you attempt to sleep the night through?
I'm gonna go through and take everybody's water skins, and I'm going to empty them out and find fresh snow and fill everyone's up with fresh water.
Okay.
And then set them out.
When you go out, it is blisteringly cold, and it is not difficult to find fresh snow because it is falling in sheets outside. Visibility is very low. You barely have the time to do it before you feel like it's going to kick in and cause issue. Almost as if you could hold the water skins up and they would just fill as how hard it's coming down. And you push back through the door. All of you are hit with a brief blast of cold and then close the door, locking it shut. You have now achieved your aim.
And I would like to, over the course of the evening while we're hanging out, if I could, if there are enough like pieces of wood and the scales or whatever from Scrim, I'd like to make 20 arrows.
Yeah, I'd say now is the perfect time because the time that you would have spent setting up camp and huddling together and worrying about your fate is completely relieved at this point. So there's time for recreation, and that's true for any of you.
So we have 8 giant pike, is what I've written down. How much would it take to basically fully feed 5 of us? How is it rendered?
I've been judging it as to say that like a ration is like a pound or so, and so you had like 300 pound of pike. Each one of them is like 60, right? But by the time you debone them and clean them and gut them, they're maybe half that, right? So you still are staring at, let's say, 125 pounds of fish meat fillets.
it's essentially more than we could ever consume in a short period of time.
Yeah, you could smoke all of it, fill all of your inventory right up to capacity, and you'd still have the majority left over, because that's how that works in reality.
I would basically then spend the rest of the night gutting, deboning, filleting. I would just be with my knife and keeping it away, probably if I have to find another hut to do it, to like so, and then start building a smoking room so that we don't smell like fish guts. And because of your resistance to the cold being what it is, it's much easier for you to slip out the door, taking 2 big bags of this fish. Finding maybe the nearest enclosed shelter area, putting a fire together. Taishan, perhaps you're helping getting it lit, or you use your tinderbox, and because you know that this is an enclosed space, it's going to smoke itself. And so you're just hanging these fillets and what have you. They're going to lose a lot of their weight, but they're going to keep that same amount of value. We'll just hand wave it and say that you'll have 125 rations after 12 to 18 hours of smoking time. Okay. I have that written down.
Yeah,
Can
yeah.
you carry that much?
I'll see what I
Well,
can
if
do.
we build the wind sled, yeah,
I had 6 empty slots in my inventory for things that are non, essential that I have to have on me. So when we get to that point, we can figure it out. I guess I have some.
Does that include the 100 gold pieces I gave you back?
200 gold pieces total. Because I'm good. That's kind of gold's gonna come in handy.
So, do you need the bone tiles anymore?
No.
Okay. So I will dump them from my inventory.
They fought they fought an elemental in an earlier chapter that fell apart into bones that can be used to protect themselves from sun blindness. For those of you not familiar with every waking detail of Icebound.
Imagine. Yeah, I think I'd just be helping kind of like clean up, like do the dishes. If Barnabas needs support, getting like moving fish guts, throwing it out, like I'd be kind of like tend to the space that we're in. Okay. Trying to make it homey.
Yeah. You make it as comfortable as possible for your brothers and sister, and you are also yourself comforted. This is the first time you've been able to pour yourself a good cup of tea and not see it freeze in less than a minute. It stays hot and warm in your mess kit, and you're able to sit with it and to really like take a moment of peace.
Go ahead, Scream.
Oh, what I'm doing?
Yeah. Sorry, I think
I have a deck of cards. I'm playing with them.
I wouldn't do anything tonight, but I would, in the morning, I'd like to start building some sort of sled, just like a big sled. If you've seen The Terror, it's basically a huge sled for the purpose of, like, carrying cargo or goods.
Okay,
like
you're going to do that in the morning?
Yeah, in the morning.
Okay, we'll get to the morning. And you're playing with
I have a deck of cards.
Okay.
It only takes up 0.2 of one of my slots.
Yeah, I was going to ask if you were tracking that.
I'm playing trust me, I've got it written down here. I'm playing a solitaire-esque game, unless anybody would like to learn how to play, and I'm doing feats of dexterity with my hands and playing
one of those like snaps and it like flips around and then you catch it.
I'm just entertaining myself and avoiding work.
You do that. Those of you who feel ambitious enough to crack on and continue to push through, do so until eventual exhaustion takes you and you all start to find yourself in a long rest, unless anyone else has anything else that you want to do.
An actual long rest?
I think I would collect some of the fish bones for the purpose of creating sewing needles. So I'm not going to turn them into sewing needles now, but the ones that I had originally from the wolf bones are gone now.
Pikes are notoriously bony and incredibly lean type of fish. So your hopes for an oil, it may be somewhat dashed, but your optimism for needles is unlimited.
Perfect. So I would like to collect like a slot's worth of pike needles.
Slot's worth? These are tiny.
Oh, okay.
I would say, yeah, like it would be like a
like 100 needles.
Yeah, it would be 100 needles.
So I'll do like 20 needles then.
Okay.
This is my new band, Optimism for Needles.
That's actually... that ain't bad.
That's a great name for a band. I'm almost inclined to be like, you have 20 needles now, don't abuse them and they won't count against your inventory. Like, it's just fucking 20 needles. Put it in your pack.
Just don't sit on them.
Yeah. And you sleep through the night. You do not enjoy the benefits of a long rest. You enjoy the benefits of a short rest, if that helps you mechanically, except for Barnabas.
Bullshit!
You continue to see the benefits of having shared yourself in the way that you did in the last session. And it's something that occurs to all of you as well, is that you had this experience. Maybe your dreams are still processing this experience, but you saw through him, through his life. You've walked in his shoes almost. You've seen what he's seen and experienced what he experienced in this parallel, strange manner. When you wake up, even though it's not the benefits of a long rest, you may still reduce your exhaustion level by 1. Okay. It's just not a long rest in the fullest.
That's what I was going to ask. I didn't know if I forget what the rules are. I have to find the rule book. I know we had one floating around here for lowering exhaustion.
I'm just printing out one for every session because we always manage to lose it. We're going to find almost like the number of chocolate pretzels I've hidden in this fucking studio. There's so many handbooks for Icebound floating around here. Where are they?
Yeah. Oh, man, that's funny.
So if you were at 1, you're now at 0.
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh, sweet.
I'm at 0.
And that shelter and warmth and food does that work for you. But whatever is suppressing you magically, spiritually nourishing you, it continues to be plugged up. Aside from Bornabos, he seems to have that spring in his step that he is renewed.
I would wake up early, perhaps, because I'm a lot more rested.
Still dark out, but morning
and
now.
I will feel. I don't know if I notice, but I will feel that strength, and especially after being fed and warm. I will wake up early and try to have breakfast ready. A very classic breakfast dish, maybe that I experience in some, exotic part of the world that I think my friends would like. And I want it to be ready when I wake up.
Okay.
I would like to lay some Easter bunny eggs so that we can have eggs and fish for breakfast. Would that be possible?
How about eggs?
Make a Constitution check.
We don't have special exhaustion rules.
No, I didn't think that we
Just
did.
straight Constitution? Yeah. So 21.
21. You try really hard. You think you're gonna get an egg, and then you just poop. And
Literally.
Son of a gun.
Gosh.
I guess let's
In
avoid
the living
the
space?
conversation of whether rabbit folk would have eggs or not.
No.
No.
They're mammals.
It was just an Easter bunny joke.
Okay, that's fine.
That's all.
You wake up to
A little Easter bunny humor for you.
you wake up to full water skins and a delicious fish meatballs that have been seasoned with onion and garlic powder. Not actual onion, but very, very flavorful. Juicy and perfect on the inside, crispy and rich on the out.
Wait, it's getting a little bit warm in here, actually. I'm sure I'm not going to be, I'll be regretting saying that in a few days. I'll wipe the briny sweat from my brow.
This smells like the most delicious breakfast I've ever smelled in my entire life. I can't believe it.
Oh.
Is it ready?
Yeah, it's ready.
There's fish meatball going everywhere. It's all over my face. It's like I'm absolutely just ballistic over there.
Picturing like a Disney animation where you just hold the plate out at one arm and all the meatballs roll down one arm.
Go. Oh, Barnabas, you have truly outdone yourself. Oh.
Sorry, Abby. This is all about food and comforts in this harsh survival campaign. Yornir, you trek out to start to see if you have enough materials to put together anything like a sledge or a sled that might make sense. It actually takes a moment for you to force the door open because there's been such a large amount of precipitation overnight that it's almost at your waist height. And you're able to push it forward. Fortunately, it is light and fluffy, and you're able to trudge out into the street of this river town. It's not that big. I guess unless you want to make a suggestion about how you're finding these things, you can make a general investigation check to look around the ruins for this purpose.
Yeah, I think what I would do is I would look for any kind of spare building materials. So any timber that I have, I'll break it down to size with my axe. Are there any trees at all on the horizon?
And could I help him? Since I was planning on making the boat, I would just, I think, help.
You wouldn't have been able
Yorgrim.
to get over the snow, so you're following him, and
Yeah.
it's creating this cavern.
I know
tunnel
I called him Yorgrim.
And together you're able to go over to a ruins and find there's this one almost totally decayed but still relatively together beam of wood that would have been a part of the roof here. There are some planks over here. Make an investigation check at advantage because you are being helped by Queenie's keen ranger eyes.
Let's do that one and that one. Ooh, no, let's do this one. That is I think 15.
15.
Not bad.
I would say all told, by the time this process is over, Queenie, your hopes of building a sled the size of what was in Roland's illustration have been dashed. But that together you are able to bundle together what looks like you could put together pretty confidently something that's maybe twice as big as one of those old-fashioned sleds, like rosebud style sleds, like maybe about twice as big, with enough sturdiness that it could handle a long journey. Putting it together will look like finding nails or finding ways to put the pieces together and stuff like that. But that's the next part of your story of crafting this sled.
And it would be something that would be dragged.
Yes.
That's up to you guys.
Okay, that's what I thought.
Yes.
You were
So my plan is to fashion rope to it. If there's enough timber to like build, and I think we would just do like a rope pulled sledge. But yeah, so my thought is that to put it together, if there's anything that could be used as nails lying around, collect that. Otherwise, making nails out of wood, right? And then
you could make literally those IKEA pegs. That's IKEA twice tonight. Let's see if we can get to 3.
Yeah, so like you can make big wooden nails, right?
Sure. And you also have the rope itself is twined rope, so you'd be able to actually de-strand it and have something like string if you wanted to go in that direction. And Queenie, if you're still helping, I would have you start to put it together over the course of the day. And we'll resolve that with I don't know, what's crafting sled skill? Sleight of hand always feels weird because it's like, oh, is it because you're dexterous or is it because you're trying to do something sneaky?
Survival?
Yeah,
Right?
that's what I'd think.
Survival, like, you know.
All right, let's go with the survival. And the quality of your roll will determine for how long it can survive and for how much it can carry.
You want to roll this one?
Yes.
Okay.
Can't read the other one.
That is a 25.
Monstrous.
Monstrous. Okay. I was going to give you a small sled, but you, at the end of this process, feel that you and Queenie have, and her suggestions did actually provide some help. You may have just been literally repeating what you were told by Coombs, but you...
No, she's just in the background the whole time going, Wienerboat, 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 Wienerboat,
somehow inspires you. You focus on the Wienerboat
I've been like etching like bunnies hopping along the edges, and like the feet of it are bear paws, and I've been making it very decorative.
And every time Jornir says sledge, he says, wait a minute.
Exactly.
I would say it would take you the entire day to get to a finished product, but working in the shelter, because of how cold it is outside, certainly, you would want to stay close to the fire. You were able to complete this sledge, and
Wienerboat.
It has a capacity of 18 and can be carried by 2 people at normal movement or dragged by 1 person at half movement.
Cool.
Or draft animal, perhaps.
Or draft animal, perhaps.
One draft animal. So, like, if I was a caribou or a horse or something, well, not a horse, but a caribou.
Yeah, I would.
Could it just be me for that 1 hour?
Exactly right.
Okay, perfect. And you said how many slots? 18?
18.
Are you going to be the sledge master?
Yeah, I'll be the sledge master.
Okay.
Wienerboat. Because I don't want to deal with the inventory on that thing.
No, that's a nightmare.
And I'll probably be going back and forth from the smoking hut that we've made, and I might go also. I would understand that there's probably no reason for me to go back fishing, or would maybe if there's a sledge, I'd probably go back fishing again. I guess.
We don't know how long we're going to be here for.
Right, you don't know how long you're going to be here for.
So we may need to fish more.
Yeah.
Even if it's not today.
I'm just trying to remember. 1. Okay, yeah. So the sledge that was just produced would carry 18 days worth of ration.
Okay. And so I would pass Jornir and Queenie. I would say, Miss March, if you all are making harnesses, make at least one big enough for me. Appreciate it. And then I'll continue walking onward with my harpoon.
You've gotten very good at repurposing fabrics and stuff for this purpose. You could accommodate that request.
Yeah.
That is maybe leathers and fabric to make something that he could wear. And me, too.
Yeah, I'm going to have to figure out how to suit up your caribou.
Yes, that as well.
Your caribooty! Oh! I got you.
perhaps one that could work for both myself in this form and as a caribou.
Well, that way, your tall ways, as a caribou to your long ways. It's going to be a little You know what? I can do it.
I have faith.
I got to finish carving this little hopping rabbit first. I'm going to finish carving my hopping rabbit.
You break off a chunk of the wood, and then you just sort of like put it back, and it's just like...
After the end of the day, the sledge resembles the general store of a Cracker Barrel.
It's like random food. Yeah. Queenie is like a pea with like heart wings.
Right on the back it says, antiques made daily. Taishan, Scrim, Barnabas is carefully tending to the fire of the smoking meat. You're seeing a sledge being produced. How are these 8 hours going for you as you spend this clear and slightly warmer day after the storms passed?
I would probably spend a good portion of the morning not overexerting myself. Let's be honest here. I gotta conserve energy. It's, who knows how long we're gonna be here for. I would gather firewood and use the brutal blade to chop up extra whatever, you know, and just basically keep the fire going in our hut. Provided that's what we want to do. Somebody needs to tend to the fire while Barnabas is fishing and they're building. So I would take it upon myself to the very arduous task of keeping the fire roaring.
If I see that Scrim looks like he's just chilling. Once again,
he throws in one plank and sits down, and that's like an hour's worth of fuel.
Yeah.
It's like this. I get up. Okay.
Mr. Savascotch, and as I'm like, I'll once I feel like the fish is done smoking, I'll gather all of my harpoons and I'll get ready. I'll do like stretching, get ready to swim. I'll reach into my pack or whatever I have, and I'll pull out my fishing tackle that I don't need but I have, and I'm gonna go over to you. I'm gonna go over to Scrim and I'll hold it out and I'll just kind of shove it in your chest and drop it, and I'll say. You want to be helpful, Mr. Savascotch. Wasn't it you that said teach a man to fish?
What the hell is this?
We're going to teach a goblin how to fish. Come with me.
I am being and I'll drag my feet as I follow Barnabas, because I'm scared of him. He's much bigger than me. But I don't want it to come to physicality.
I mean, he's been doing all of this, and around his shoulder there's like a 500-pound metal iron anchor. So like he could pick you up like a toddler wearing overalls and just like flap it around if he wanted to.
I sigh very dramatically and groan over the top and follow him outside into the cold.
If you realize that it's not as severe as it was yesterday, it's perhaps only negative 20 degrees out.
Only.
And you're immediately hit with that cold. You pull your wolf pelt over you and head over to the river with Barnabas, where you're going to learn to fish. Before you do, Taishan.
I think, is the snow still pretty high up? Like,
Yes.
Okay.
For you and Yornir and Barnabas, it's like literally this high, like maybe 3-4 feet of precipitation. For Queenie and Scrim, like you're seeing like
Just
bunny
like bunny
ears over there where the
tip of my hat.
You're seeing the tip of a hat. Yeah. Now, fortunately, this is not very wet snow, so it's easy to clear away. It's just very thick.
well, that's what I was saying. I think I would probably spend at least a portion of the morning trying to like cut pathways through the snow, maybe like one towards the water. So it's like, maybe we're traversing through it, but if Barnabas is coming back with 100 pounds of fish, he's not like trudging through. And then for my smaller companions, there's more of like walkways.
Make a acrobatics or an athletics check for me. Your preference.
That's a really good idea.
Good roll.
Oh yeah, real good roll.
20.
When you wake up, the comforts and luxury of shelter, fuel, and fire have emboldened you, and you're taken to a very meditative space. And so when you go out and you see what everyone else is dealing with, you come up with a twofold solution. You will go through the meditative motions of something like Tai Chi, and fire blast in this direction, and then slowly center yourself, and then fire blast and kick. You're combining practice with clearing of these streets, and almost like something out of Avatar, firebending style, you're able to punch in this direction, and that clears a swath, the front of this particular ruined building. You're able to clear down the this way, and you're pushing your way through the city. You actually make great progress. Pretty soon, the what rock this village was built on top of, adjacent to this river, you're able to see the wet floor of having melted so much of the snow in some of these areas. And it takes you back to the center of town doing this process, and you look up and you're reminded, oh yeah, there's another one of these cairn structures here at the center of town. And there are many, many different columns, all of them indicating the distance and the direction of the next settlements in this civilization, however long ago they may have been.
Wow. Does it look kind of like the others I've come across? Or
It looks identical, as if they're the same makers. And the runic images on the surfaces of these stone columns are the same sort of draconic-ish, but very alien and primal in comparison to what you'd be used to from your previous history.
Oh, this is nice. I like to try and open it if I could, like take the top off. Presumably.
So the center cairn that Yornir found was the stacked rock variety. These are more like obelisks. They're whole masts just made of pure stone. My apologies.
Got it. Okay, cool.
Still nice.
All right, I don't try and open it.
There is a center circle, but you can see that it's been dismantled long ago. In fact, you would say this entire area has been picked clean. There don't appear to be any bodies. There don't appear to be any artifacts, with the exception of what Scrim found under the floorboards, and only because they were hidden there. If it weren't for the fact that there were stone structures, you wouldn't know there was a settlement here next to this river in the first place.
Okay. I'd like to, I guess, just try and look at the symbols that are on it and see if I get a sense of like what's in what direction, maybe possibly further towards the north, or if I know kind of where the other crew went from where we followed, like in the direction they're heading.
Okay. Make I think just raw intelligence, to be honest.
Yeah, pretty good.
You are very smart. Don't let anyone tell you
I think
otherwise.
I think we twist it. What do you think?
I'm fine with that.
Yeah.
We have to
I don't even know what
determine
you're
one or two twists.
I think one is.
I think one is
fine.
sufficient.
Yeah, we'll see. I'm not very smart. Thank you, chat.
This is good information to have.
Fated.
Two more 4-4s.
I got a 5.
You got a 5.
I got a 5, yeah.
We tried.
I rolled the exact same roll twice in a row.
The mystery of this ancient civilization continues to evade you. You calm yourself. You work to push away the annoyance of feeling that eventually revelation will come. And that is not today. You spend as much time as you want looking at these symbols. They don't produce any additional meaning, turning your head, thinking back to the cairns that you've seen previously, comparing those symbols and markers with the symbols of the archway that you saw carved into the side of a mountain leading nowhere. You are unable to draw any conclusions right away, but perhaps with more experience with future cairns, or just thinking upon the problem harder over the next however long you're here may eventually shed some light. And you all find yourself to the setting sun. You've spent your hour. Oh, my apologies. You're gonna learn how to fish.
Yeah, I was gonna ask how that went. All right. Barnabas, I'm ready.
You're standing on one of the docks that pokes out into the river, and you're still staring down at the surface of ice. Barnabas, guide Scrim as you want to. I'm going to be right back.
All right, what do I do? I'm still holding the tackle you've given me.
I'll admit I'm more of a spear or harpoon fisherman, but I did learn how to river fish from a fella back in Carquinos, and so you gotta get your bait. You got your bait?
No.
You didn't bring the bait.
What? No, I don't even know what bait is. What kind of bait? What am I supposed to use?
Mr. Savascotch, I am very disappointed in you.
Am I supposed to find an ice worm? I mean, what is that? What does that even mean?
When he says
I didn't know. I wrote it on myself. And I'll reach in my pack and I'll get a strip of smoked fish.
Okay, give me that.
Mr. Savascotch, you're going to use
Shut
smoke.
up.
You're going to use smoked fish for bait. For fish that are used to eating raw fish.
You gave me this. What are you trying?
A gaslighting screw.
You just handed me this.
I want you to tell me why that would not be good bait, Mr. Savascotch. Here we go. Pretend you're a pike in the river.
I really want to eat this.
Mr. Savascotch, go ahead and eat it. It's worthless for
Oh, thank God.
Okay. In his mouth.
You are a pike.
Himself.
You are a pike. You are wet and you don't even know it.
Right. All right. And?
Do you expect in your normal diet that you'll have a beautiful smoky aroma of cooked fish?
No.
Very good.
All right.
So would that be more appealing, or perhaps the stinkiest fish guts you can imagine?
I mean, well,
The answer is yes. Here, put it on your hook, and I'll reach into my pack and I'll do it. Anyway, we don't have to role play the rest of this, but basically, I would basically, from what I know, help him kind of teach him the ins and outs of actually using fishing tackle to catch a fish, and then once I feel like I can leave him without him injuring himself with the hook, I will then dive into the water.
The first time you give him a hook, he tries to do the thing with the tongue and the quill, and you have to be like, no.
But if you do find an ice worm, worms that's the best bait for river fish. So keep an eye out for an ice worm.
I should be looking for them.
Oh yes, Yornir, those are a thing.
I'll ask you, Ernie.
I'm gonna go take a dip, and I'm gonna then just do. I'm just gonna sprint off of the dock and just dive in, and then spend a couple hours harpoon fishing.
Okay. The surface of the river ice being as thick as it is, you've managed to plunge through surprisingly well.
I'll pull out my anchor and just throw it down, and then...
Yeah. You crash into it, and then cannonball style, everything separates, and the ice cracks in an actually beautiful shattered pattern. And then you can see the actual surface floating like this until fish after fish starts to come up. And it's midday, the afternoon, so that affects the DC, because fish have patterns.
Wow!
Why don't
Animal
you
Crossing.
Go ahead and make a survival check for me.
Just Barnabas for me to.
You actually do have a line down into the water, don't
He's
you?
looking for
I would have gotten the line. I wouldn't have left until he had a line in the water.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Okay. So, but why don't you both make a fishing check? That's survival.
This one.
Oof. Naturally, having never done this before, I got a 6.
Okay. Your first hour goes on fishlessly.
Survival. A 10.
Neither of you are able to find pike.
This is stupid. What am I doing? I thought the whole point of fishing was to get drunk.
You're sitting there, it's starting to get colder, the warmth of the shelter is starting to fade from your system, it's getting frustrating. For whatever reason, perhaps, and you look up and you recognize, maybe the ice is actually a bit thicker than it was, even yesterday when Taishan had to burn through it in order to create the hole that you're now leveraging to get underwater. This river may be freezing even further than when you found it. And the pike are moving up towards the warmer climes, perhaps. But it's the bounty that you were able to find on day one has disappeared this afternoon.
I'll come back up. And,
That's just for the first hour. You can do another hour check. You can do another hour check. You can
Yeah,
do another hour
I'll
check.
probably stay for a couple hours if we want to.
I'll do another hour.
Yeah, let's do
Okay,
it.
the DC is 17.
I got a 16, so I miss.
Okay.
But there's a nibble on the line.
Barnabas is a shitty teacher. I'm starting to think that ice worms aren't even real.
You do feel a tug, and it does seem to be a fish. Who knows how far out Barnabas has swimmed upriver to see what he can find. It's been an hour that he's been literally underwater, and you actually think that you have a fish on the end of your line. You start to pull, and you feel the tug go free, and there's no more fish.
This bait's defective. That's the only explanation. I'm good at everything that I do. I'm a perfect specimen. There's no way this is Barnabas' fault. I'm 100% sure. I've never been more sure of anything in my entire life.
Roll again.
So I got a natural 20.
Oh.
So 24.
Well done.
24. So the DC was 17. So you actually, having gone far enough upriver to catch up with this school of pike, you get 19, 21, 23, 25. You get 4 pike that you are able to harpoon, and shish kebab style, you just get one after the other, all of them on your harpoon, and you're able to make your way back down south.
So as I make way, but whenever I get back, I want to see if I can find, if Scrim hasn't left, I want to find his hook, and even though it has a huge harpoon wound in it, I want to try to hook it and then give it a tug and wait.
Okay, let's see how well he actually does with catching real fish before you attempt to continue to gaslight him.
I missed the check. Okay. So the third hour goes by, and I'm sitting there and I say, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Barnabas is a fool. He thinks this is work. I'm not doing anything. I'm gonna fish every day. What a jackass! I got it made in the shade, baby. And I set the tackle down next to me and I let it go. And I'm just sitting there.
All you need is a beer or a drink, and
I just begin to whistle and try to stay warm, and I don't think about the tackle or the fish.
make a deception check against your however you want to do it.
Am I doing a third roll for the third hour? How is that?
I assumed after you got 4 feet.
Yeah, I don't think.
But if you wanted to stay an additional.
Yeah, I rolled a natural 20 for it.
Again?
So, yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
so you've got 8 fish. You've got 8 fish again.
Okay.
And
Then I will come
the
back.
8th fish
Yeah.
you attempt to put onto the end of the line,
Yeah.
and you're going to simulate that there is actually a fish on the end of this pole. You will need to make a insight check to see if you believe this, and you will have to make a deception check to see how well you.
Insight?
You may still be exhausted.
Okay, so all of those rolls would have failed anyway.
And now we come to the real reason.
No, you lost one.
Yeah,
but you still.
I think 2 is.
Your
Yes.
speed halved, so.
Yes, I'm also half speed.
But ability checks, yeah, you're
But
disadvantaged.
ability, yeah, I always forget that abilities are number 1 and attacks are number 3. So this is insight? Wow, a natural 20 and not a natural 20. A 15. I got a 13 plus 2 is 15. So my insight. So do I see the line start to move though?
You look down and an enormous humanoid shape starts to get closer and closer. You can see through the ice well enough that you can see what is very clearly the body of Barnabas. Pull a fish out
Is that Barnabas? What
and
is he
start
doing?
to actually attach it to the end of this hook. And then you feel a tug.
Does he think I'm... Oh, no, this is perfect. Oh, wow, a big one! And I'm like, I dive for the tackle. Barnabas will kill me if I lose the tackle. And I dive for it and I grab it and I start to pull it in. Oh, I think it's getting away! And I'm going to reel it in as best I can.
Do you make the fish fight, or does he just pull a dead fish out?
No, just pull the dead fish.
And I go, ah! And I pull it out, expecting it, to do a really awesome jump out of the water, and it just goes. Whoa! Barnabas, I got one. You'll be proud of me. And I reel it in real quick, and it's just.
dragging along the ice.
Barnabas, you see this dead fish, and when you move it, like it's surrounded even by like inky clouds of blood. You attach it to the hook, and then you see it immediately. You hear the and it disappears out through the fishing hole, and you're able to swim away. How do you?
I'm just gonna follow immediately. I'm not like good at deceiving.
You burst through the ice.
I just burst through the ice.
I
will done, lad.
Barnabas, I did it! And I pretend not to notice that it's actively bleeding from the, like, it's...
Yeah, no, it's bleeding.
Just blood everywhere. Look, I did it! You taught me how to do an honest day's work.
There you go. You teach a goblin to fish and it pays off.
That's what I was saying about the wiener boat.
Well, and I'm sure that Miss March and Mr. Yornir will have a very lovely sled.
So what you're saying is that I can fish with you every day.
Oh, exactly right.
Oh, perfect. I'll finally be useful.
If we find any more fishable water, then you now can contribute.
Oh, perfect. Are we ready to head back?
Oh yeah, sure. You're hooked. Real did a number on that fish.
Wild. I'll carry this one. You get the rest of them. After you, please, I insist. And as soon as he takes a few steps away, I'm going to scoop my fish and go, jackass. Follow him back to the camp.
You walk through snowless streets to get back to the shelter you were all temporarily calling home. You see that the work on the sledge is complete, and a beautifully decorated, well-constructed, sizable sled that looks like it could carry perhaps one small creature is being pulled into the street by Queenie and Yornir, and the sun is getting low, the shadows are getting long. It's getting cold, but it is still not snowing. It is clear sky all day today, and slightly warmer, which is very pleasant. And as soon as you're inside, that fire is still roaring. There being enough fuel in this town as there is, you're happy and content and all back together again.
We made the sledge.
Wiener boat.
How'd it go?
This big, it can carry quite a bit.
That's pretty amazing.
Wow.
So we'll have to have two of us carrying it or dragging it, but it shouldn't be too bad. It should slide relatively easily across the ice and through the snow.
I'm genuinely impressed.
Did you have luck fishing?
Did we have Mr. Savage caught you here to land in the big one?
Dun, dun, and I'll hold up this fish, and it's still got a massive beam in the side of it. Look at this. Incredible, right?
We showed you how to harpoon. Well done.
No. This one hopped right on my hook. It was crazy. Yeah, you wouldn't believe it, even if I told you exactly how it actually happened.
How big was the hook you were using? Because I could put my fist right through it. I do. I can put my fist right through that.
It's nothing but net.
I hadn't noticed, and I just throw the fish right on the rest of the bottom with the rest of the fish.
All right, well, congratulations, Scrim.
Thank you.
I've doubled our supply. So, if my calculations and I am not learned, we should have about 240 pounds of pike.
I hope y'all like fish.
I do.
Certainly better than starving.
If it's anything like breakfast, I love fish.
Well, we should, I believe, rest tonight and another night at least, to make sure that we are all rested and ready to leave. But would I've noticed Taishan like in the middle of the town looking at the cairns at any point?
Oh, I didn't tell you what I found. A cairn in the middle of town.
Oh, go on, tell us more.
Now, it's different.
Say shit.
It's different from anything I've encountered, but I'm sure I understand one of the symbols. To the west. You'll never believe it. A fire magnolia. It makes incredible tea. I think we should go to the west.
Well, what? Just for a plant?
Well, for some of the best tea you've ever possibly had.
So you're saying that on this thing, this post, there was a symbol for a plant?
Well,
That's great news.
I'm sure of it.
You know what that means, right? If there's plants, there's fertile ground.
There you go.
Are you saying that there is fire magnolia? At
Do
this
you know
time
what?
of year,
Do you know what fire magnolias are?
at this latitude.
I'm shocked you know of the fire magnolia. I made it up on the spot.
Well, I'm just presuming any kind of.
Speaking
flower
of
or
very
plant.
real flora and fauna here, Yorner, you've heard of the fabled ice worm, haven't you?
Ice worm?
What's an ice worm?
Oh yeah.
Norman Farn Feared Scorn Jormungandr worm?
What?
Yes, I have, yes.
It's real.
Yes.
And I look a little scared.
In your mind, this is a iced version, a
was
cold
brilliant,
version
Brett.
of like a purple worm. Like this is like a dune-sized sandworm that is known to like literally bore through whole glaciers.
That's canon in Mamoot now.
Well, I was thinking worm in like the dragon sense. But
Yornir, can you tell us more about this thing?
Yeah, I don't even know what you said.
Can you say that one more time so I can write it down?
grand worm that burrows through the ice. It is dozens of feet long. Big, furry mane of disgusting worm hair, large fangs and teeth.
Oh.
No eyes to speak of.
You told me to look for one of these?
You were hunting the Jormungandr?
I think there might be a bit of something got lost in translation.
That is horrifying. The only worm I'm familiar with is the overly large Evantris worm. They're about 3 feet long, about 1.5 feet around.
What the
I
hell?
think it's a fey worm.
But where I come from, there's a thin line between the Fae and Evantris, so I just called them Evantris worms.
You're describing extremely large breakfast sausage links.
Well, I had one once. I named him Vienna.
Not Jimmy or Dean.
Nope.
Oh.
Why did you speak of this? Did you see one?
Well, you've just been told that they make good bait, but you know, I haven't spent too much time on land in Mamoot.
How big are the
coast.
fish eating one of those?
You'd have to kill it and just dissect, I mean, probably millions of pounds of bait, it sounds like.
Why wouldn't you just eat the worm? What do they taste like?
Oh, probably
I've
poisonous.
never eaten one.
You think they're poison?
Oh, well.
They will wipe out entire villages.
I ate an average size Evantris worm once, and it wasn't poison. Tasted like dirt.
This is
You
why
ate a 3-foot worm?
No.
1.5
No,
around?
I told you. That's the large Evantris worm.
You're a hungry girl. Yes, you're a hungry girl.
You get 2 rings. Like these fucking giant steaks. That's how you prepare it. Ooh. Hey,
Oh my god. Touche.
some Willy.
Yorner, you've thought long and hard about these stories, the very rare stories that you would occasionally be told of by members of your order, and the fear that they would tell you, villages being destroyed. The fact that it could use this terrible breath weapon, not like a dragon, but that it was so foul that it was able to paralyze and stun an entire woolly mammoth, and then in one whole gulp be able to consume and take it under the ground. These are terrifying beasts of legend.
That's why when you go far enough north, you build on rock and stone. You do not build on the glaciers.
Because that worm's just going to pop up out of nowhere right into your house.
Right around your house. Swallow it whole.
Does it have a circular maw of teeth?
Yes.
As you've been talking, as you've been eating, laughing together, enjoying each other's companionship, and not having almost any care in the world. As you are eating and enjoying the warmth of the fire and being shielded from the terrible elements outside and having this conversation, the frame of the door that comes into this small abode glows. Through the cracks just around the perimeter, keeping out what cold it can, a strong blue light has emerged.
I have one question from last
I
session.
have one answer.
And you may not be able to answer this, or you may not want to.
Oh, he said he's got one answer. He's committed now.
When Barnabas told his story,
Mm-hmm.
what was the color of your light?
I don't recall.
It's blue.
Yeah.
No, it was different from the light blue of the sky. It turned to a nautical, dark ocean blue.
Like a greenish blue.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did we see any other colors in the aurora? The aurora?
Yes. And make a history check at advantage to see if Scrim can remember all of them. If that's what Scrim is thinking about.
Well, it was an out-of-character question, but I can make it an in-character question as well. Because I will like to think about that as Scrim.
Yeah.
Kimmel wants to know if you just put chapstick on your nose, Mike.
You believe you're still at...
It
should just be one roll.
On the corners, yeah. I put chapstick all over this biz. It is literally a crackling nightmare scene. It's the surface
19,
of Mercury.
easy. You remember
On my
when
fucking face.
when Taishan spoke, this like sunset red.
So I thought we all had colors.
You had like a lichen green for.
Lichen.
I don't know which is it lichen.
lichen.
Okay, lichen.
Yeah, but
Lichen green.
I'm liking that. Oh, I'm liking that licking. You know what I'm saying?
For Yornir, for Queenie, sunflower yellow.
Chitinous.
Chitness.
And I don't recall, and I think I watched the episode
Recuse.
like 2 or 3 days ago just to make sure that I was hip on all the fresh details. I don't recall that you saw your color because I don't recall you playing with it, so you don't have something in that way. Ring
My color's green.
Ring the bell. But
Stick around and see what color it turns. If I grip it a little too tightly.
so it turns purple. You all watch as Scrim tears off all of his clothes and runs out into the winter night.
See what comes next.
See what comes next, Spider-Man.
Oh my god!
Green Goblin.
So Molly says, I'm planning on our one-shot continuation soon. Just got home from the hospital with 2 broken legs.
Oh no!
So minimum of 2 months off work.
What?
Oh my god, Molly!
I hope you're okay,
We love
Molly.
you.
Ouch.
I hope you're okay.
Yeah, that's
Sending
terrible.
you hugs, mental hugs, and love. Get well soon.
Yeah, get well.
See what comes
Oh my
next.
god. I hope you're alright.
Yeah. Don't do the pencil
You're like
thing.
the
It'd be
captain
poor
of the,
taste
of
right
the
there.
animal.
Oh yeah. The pencil thing would not be okay. Would not be okay.
Aw.
Put some ice on it. Yeah.
You're so positive. I love that about you.
Yeah, Jesus.
Did you try to go to the basalt tower? What happened? Goodness. Well, with that terrifying note, has anyone ever heard? This is out a player question, not a character question. Who's broken a bone? Okay, interesting. Maybe a story for Evantress and Chill. Let's get into it. The door frame glows brilliant blue, and you recognize the color right away. You turn away from the fire, you turn away from the pound of unprocessed fish, away from the smoked meat that you are currently all dining and feasting upon, and you guess that if you had to walk outside, that the lights would be in the sky again, full of luster and beauty. And you think back to how your experience with the lights lasted last time and what you experienced with Barnabas right away. The 5 of you all huddled together in this makeshift home.
Is that what I think it is?
No, I believe so.
Well, look, I'm not going to say, that it wasn't an interesting experience, but it was a little frightening. I don't know what kind of magic or whatever the hell that is out there is doing.
And I don't really want to see Barnabas smash his dad's skull in again.
That was pretty upsetting.
No offense.
No, I think that was... These are the lights of this land. Perhaps the shepherds of the souls of this place. Perhaps guiding our very own souls, like the green flare.
Do you think that it
I have
means...
no idea what you're talking about.
The green flare?
Of what?
When a soul passes on, you can see a green light on the horizon.
I can't.
No, sailors can live for many years and never see it. The point is, perhaps it's a similar phenomenon.
Do you think it's good?
or like a bad. Oh, you're always talking about omens, bad omens, and bad luck.
An omen is not always bad.
Right?
It can be good. An omen is just
As long as you crush your eggshells.
a glimpse of what may come. A glimpse of fate.
By the end of it, it only brought us closer together.
Oy, that's true.
The last time we saw these lights,
2 days ago.
Barnabas felt rejuvenated the next day, did you not?
I still feel rejuvenated as one can in these dire circumstances. It was the thing trapped in the guts of that beast.
That creature. You said that it wasn't part of your memories.
No, it
didn't
was-
happen that way.
It was not that creature with the horn and the hair. It was... I found my true love. We trolls found the woman in the shell.
But why would it be different? How could it be? It was your life.
Perhaps that is the meaning to be discerned from these visions, dreams and the like. I haven't had many dreams that have been pleasant by any means, especially not without any meaning. Perhaps this is how these farriers of souls are communicating, but I am no spiritualist like you are, Mr. Yornir.
From where I come from, like I said, it's the footsteps of the gods. The bridge, you could say, that they travel on. Or so we say.
Do you think that those lights around the door frame are a bridge that a bunch of gods are just walking across?
This is a different land, but is similar. But this is our faith. This is what we believe, the old faith. Every faith has its own beliefs of the light. You ask the dwarves, they will say something different. So, who wants to feel rejuvenated? This may be a rare opportunity, or maybe it's every other day, every other evening.
If we gotta talk about our lives, I'm not doing it. That's not for me.
Why not?
Yeah, because we all know each other well enough, and there's no reason to look at the past. We gotta focus on the here and the now, and survival in the future. I always say, right? Right. I'm glad you agree.
But of us, you're the least fit for such survival.
Okay, now that's just hurtful.
This is just the truth. Look at you.
I will have you know that I am well above the average growth of a goblin. I'm very strong. I told you this before. Unbelievable.
I'm talking about the state of your exhaustion.
You're above average for a goblin?
Yes, very above average.
Oh.
The state, yes, I'm a little tired, all right? It was the weather was rough.
It's like bags under his eyes as he's talking.
It's just very cold. I'm not used to this weather, all right? I've traveled around a lot. I've never been anywhere like this. Doesn't make me weak. Doesn't make me unfit.
All right.
Yornir. You're unfit.
Why do you fear the past, Mr. Stabiscott?
Who said anything about fear, Mr. Barnabas?
Treadway.
Oh, excuse me, Mr. Jetway.
I earned that title. You saw it. You were there.
You're right. That was a
Why
little
do you-
disrespectful.
Why do you fear the past?
Okay, you got me.
Oh, that was easier than I thought.
I'm a little scared of the past, all right? But you would be too.
Why? You saw my past. There's plenty, perhaps, to not want to see, but there's one thing my lover whispers in my ear and inspires me every day to do is to change. Little by little. Like the ebb and flow of the tides. You change every moment you draw a breath, Mr. Stabiscotch. You can't do that if you let go of the past. Or if you do, you're not going to grow and you're not going to learn. It's the fools who run from their past. They're the ones who wither and die.
You say that without knowing what some people are running from. Fine. You know what? I'll do it. I'll tell you guys my story. You want to hear my story? I'll tell you my story. What do we got to do? Crack open the door, let the light come on in. Come on in, light. Come hang out with us around our nice warm fire. All right?
I'll hop up and open the door.
You do, and it has...
I love story time.
Unlike the time when you were outside around the campfire, it has been a consistent and pure blue. It's shifting and fading and marbling the way that it does in the doorframe, what light can peek through. It hasn't been responding to your voices inside. You open the door and it's very plainly apparent, the surface of the street, the ruins that are across the path from the home that you now find yourself in. Everything is bathed in this blue color, shimmering and shifting the way light passes through water almost. And all you have to do is walk outside and assume you will see that same curtain of light up in the sky, this strange serpent-like configuration, undulating, merging, these kinds of qualities.
Do we feel as though we need to step outside? And do we feel compelled to view it?
I wouldn't say that you feel magically motivated, but you can intuit because you're talking, and after Queenie opens the door, it remains fixed and unchanged. It's only perhaps under the stars in the raw wilds of nature that you would be able to resonate with it the way Barnabas did that one night.
All right, we'll step outside. And I want to take a look around before I say anything. I need to just make sure. I haven't seen anything since we've been on this God's forsaken land, but never hurts to be too careful. All right? And I march out.
All right, we'll get cold for your story.
One more hit of that tea, Mr. Fire Blossom, before we go out.
Of course, here you are. And take it with us.
We'll take some tea to go before it freezes.
Yeah. It freezes immediately.
I'm going to make a tea popsicle.
It's nice.
Ooh, that's a
Not
really good idea.
Okay, mark it.
I'm not smart enough to think about that.
Yeah.
But yeah.
We do that in JHL Village.
Once we all get outside, if you follow me, I will make a big display of...
I would follow immediately.
Yornir, hold still, Yornir. And I'm actually going to climb up your back and stand on your shoulders and do like a 360-degree like scan of the horizon. Okay. All right. Yep. I'm all right. I think we're all right. Nothing yet. I'll climb down. Okay. Where do I begin? Well, it was a long time ago. I guess my first memories would be me being a small goblin in I guess what we call a horde of goblins. I mean, there were all of them, just many of them. Just so many brothers and sisters and relatives and groups of different people, and we're fighting and we're scrapping and we're raiding, and everything is a struggle, and to eat, to starve, the garbage, the raids, the thieving, and the brutality of it all. I very, very, very quickly grew tired of it. Just wasn't for me, you know? So be it. A goblin that doesn't like to raid, okay? Well, they exist. I'm one. I, on the other hand, being, you know, near the very big city of Bargast, which you may or may not know about, is a little bit more refined and sophisticated. Wasn't very long before I was exposed to the finer things. You can tell by the way that I dress that I am one who is a bit more sophisticated than the average goblin. Clearly. I care what I look like. It wasn't long before I was exposed to these things and wanted them for myself. So I, you know, at the warning or the disgust of my goblin brethren, I left. Went out on my own to experience and explore and see what was out there. You know, raise my station in life from a lowly goblin.
You're all looking up at the sky and listening to the words of Scrim. And that blue light remains unchanged. It hasn't shifted into a new specific color. It has continued to remain blue. As you continue to talk, there are these wisps, these moments of color loss, almost. But it seems that you haven't gotten to the heart of your story yet.
Help me out here. All right, fine. We'll fast forward a little bit. So it's not long before I realize that I need to survive, right? I'm a goblin in a big city. What am I gonna do? Work? Please. Turns out that I'm pretty good with the knife and pretty good with my hands, a little dexterous, a little sneaky, if you will. Well, it wouldn't be uncommon for me to learn to make money by the not most honest means. Look, some people don't take kindly to goblins. So I'd sleep in an alley, or I might scam somebody out of some money to afford a hotel room for an evening in an inn. Or just enough to get some bread and a beer. I'd steal some clothing to make sure that I try to fit in more. It's not every day you see a goblin who dresses as nice as me.
The blue light, as you're starting to talk about conning, shifts and starts to change. It becomes colorless, this medium slate, and slate's not the right word, a pewter gray, like almost a metal gray, overtakes the blue. And you look at the lit shadows of blue on each other's faces as this conversation starts to happen, and everything grows colorless around you, with save the small orange light inside the settlement, inside of the settlement that you've made your home. The light starts to swim down and sink, but you're still not at the heart of your story.
Well, it might have been a little rough at first, but it turns out that, obviously it took me some time to pick up on different cultural things and learn the ways, but before I knew it, conning and thievery and using my words was second nature. It turns out it's very easy to separate fools from their money. Very easy. And I embraced it. And it wasn't uncommon that I would bounce around from inn to inn and scam people for a little bit of coin here and there, and trade it in for money, or trade it in for goods to get by. And trust me, I did my fair share of running from the law, getting beat up, people looking for me, always on the run. I couldn't stay in one place for too long. You can't. People learn that you're a con man. It doesn't last forever. And then there was one night, an inn in a town not too far away from the main streets of the main thoroughfare of Bargast. Very big city. Found a small inn. I'd been to once or twice, but never really hit any serious marks there, and it was just a night like any other night, and that's when I saw him. It seemed like the perfect mark.
The magic takes hold, and you are once again enveloped by this light. It comes swimming down from the sky and scoops you up. And though you are standing in the middle of a cold night out in the wilderness, you forget the cold. You're just captivated by Scrim's story. You don't find yourself in a tavern. Not yet. That's part of the memory, and you're starting to experience it the same way you did with Barnabas. You are in a mausoleum. It's the middle of the night, and you are all four of you, not Scrim, standing in a strange crypt, what would be in a graveyard, a cemetery, a tomb, a mausoleum. The door is wide open, and before you, on what would have been the coffin of who knows what soul, is a sleeping Scrim. And Scrim, you awake with a jolt, and you are immediately overwhelmed with deja vu. You are telling a story, but there is this strange doubling of your vision and of your memory where you are standing here. The feeling of the mausoleum that you slept in this particular night, underneath this feeling of your goblin hands, this underneath the skin, it's exactly what it would feel like to relive a moment, to be transported in this way. And this time you're not alone. This time you look up and you're telling a story, and the people you're telling the story are standing there right there with you, all here. It's the night that you go to the tavern.
Wow, this is even weirder from this side. All right. Well, I know what I have to do. We're headed to the tavern, and I will more or less talking to myself, but out loud, I'll hop off this structure and begin to go down the streets where I know this tavern to be.
You jump down and you start to make your way. Scrim seems eager to get to this particular location. What are the four of you doing?
Just following along.
I look at Scrim and I say, as we step outside, and what does the landscape look like around? Like, we're stepping into like a graveyard or a cemetery.
You step out, and that is exactly where you found yourself to be. There is.
Is it a graveyard or a cemetery?
It's not attached to a church, whichever that one is.
Cemetery.
There are small tombs, molded tombs. I should say gravestones. There are twisted trees in all directions, and there is a foot-high mist that creeps along and swirls, and as Scrim bounces through it, little mini whirling devils of mist twist and play in his wake. And you can see that it's actually... Good thing that you are not telling a story in winter, for you would feel the temperature in this moment. All of you feel like you are inhabiting this space as if you were actually there. And it's not a cold night, but it's not a warm night either. It's very moderate, and there doesn't seem to be a star in the sky. It's just a very dark, moonless evening, and you start to make your way. It's only a 5, 10, 15-minute walk, unless anyone else wants to do anything before arriving at Old Shucks.
Well, I would look down at him and say, Mr. Staviskull, so you normally sleep in cemeteries and graveyards?
I mean, every once in a while, the dead don't complain.
I guess not.
Peace and quiet?
I don't think you need me to say this if I have any idea where this story is going, but it's bad luck to sleep in a cemetery.
Is the big city, is that Brieg? Is Brieg the big city? Or is Vargas also a city in the continent?
No, sorry.
Vargas is the continent.
Vargas is the continent.
Yeah.
Breeze the city.
Okay,
Yeah.
this one is...
Yes, this is very much on the outskirts of that region. Maybe perhaps days or even weeks of travel from the main city of Vargas. The amount of travel that Scrim has done. This is a town known as Freybug. And the destination that you're being taken to, once you arrive, you'll see the sign. It is called Old Shucks.
Would I have been, once I left Mammut, I'll sort of leave it up to you, if I would have been to Brieg, or as I sort of was just sort of making my way all the way from the north.
Give me one moment.
Okay. So I have some context here.
Yeah. Player journey.
Jerry.
What's that?
You've everything.
Very literally, I have a map of the world and how you all got to the first session 0.
Okay.
Love that.
So,
There we go.
Love that.
to answer your question, you traveled south through Mammut from the very northern heights. You crossed the channel from Mammut to Karkanos along the eastern coast. Eventually you found yourself at a port that would take you to Yulong, and continued south along the eastern Karkanos, western side of Yulong, eventually making your way to Wuze. So you avoided Bargus completely.
Okay.
Whether or not you would have gone to Bargus in your long life is a question that you can hypothetically answer, but I would probably assume that the answer is no if you were mostly from Yorn and Mammut.
Okay, perfect.
Yep. I'm so glad I did all of this work. Good grief. You're standing now, having had this conversation, looking up at the front of a what is very a caricature of a tavern in a town like Freybug, Old Shucks. And being that it is quite late at night, you see that the band is not playing. It's almost empty when Scrim walked in that night.
I will proceed in, and I look over my shoulder as we go in. This place is, it's not bad. Trust me, it might look a little shabby from the outside, but it's nice and warm on the inside, and the drink was good. Here we go. Here we go. And I put my hand on the door. Here we go. Here we go. I don't want to go inside. I know what happens. I don't want to go inside.
That's not the point of this. Your fate. This is waiting.
No. I guess I can't change it. Alright, here we go. For real this time. And I'll open the door and I'll go in.
You push open the door, and there are a few very drunk patrons asleep in one corner. The actual bar itself is occupied by just one figure, and the barkeep is nodding, but not listening intently to this person who is very clearly at the height of his drunkenness. Have I ever told you about the legend of Graveyard Jack? Do you know that legend? You know that story? Yeah? Have you heard the whole truth of it? Yeah? I didn't think so. Well, let me lay it all out for you, because it's spooky.
Spooky lady.
I love stories, and I pull up a chair and sit down and start listening.
You pull a stool out or a chair, and you start listening. This gentleman, for as long as you'll let him, will tell you the story of old Graveyard Jack. How he will stalk through cemeteries, very specifically, if you're late at night looking for souls, lost souls from the people who have died. But if he can't find one of those, he might come after a living soul, and that's when he'll get you. He'll jump out and he'll grab you. It's not a very well-told story. It is portrayed through...
Can he see and hear us? Excuse me, why is he called Graveyard Jack if he goes through cemeteries?
Well, I never thought about that. It's the same thing, isn't it?
No, one of them's attached to a church.
Really?
Yeah.
Perhaps the intent is that it's anything where the dead are laid to rest. And the distinction doesn't matter.
It's also just a story. Really.
Oh, it's not real?
We don't need to focus on it.
He was telling it like it was a real thing. Are you lying to me? Is this one of them fake stories? Is this fake news?
Folk tales and the like, you know?
You have to immediately stop sleeping in cemeteries. And also graveyards.
Well, keep in mind, Taishan, this is the past. I haven't done that in a very long time.
Good. Listen to this man, then.
Well, sort of, I suppose. And with that, I will look around the bar because I know what happens, and I'm looking for a particular individual. And I'm nervous. I would say that the rest of my party can tell that I'm visibly nervous and looking to get this over with.
I think he believes the story of Graveyard Jack. He's sweating.
You
Look at him, he's
recognize-
nervous.
I'm sweating. I'm nervous.
It actually is a very strange anti-deja vu feeling, however you would describe it. Queenie is interacting with the gentleman that you picked for your con this night, Calvert. You remember his name very specifically. He told the story of Graveyard Jack to anyone who'd listen, and you thought, boy, this guy is quite a few in. Maybe one more and I could nudge him into some coin for myself.
So I will crack my knuckles and look kind of at the group and say, watch, the master at work. I proceed to walk over to the man and say, I didn't mean to overhear your story, but it sounded very interesting. Do you mind if I buy you a drink while you tell me some more?
That would be amazing.
Barkeep, 2 drinks.
You reach in and you find the coppers that you need in order to purchase the cheapest ales that they have, but they're full tankards, and flagons are slapped down just a moment later, and you and Calvert are able to cheers. Frothy heads of beers go splashing against the countertop, and he's looking, what's your name, friend?
Name is Scrim. What's your name?
Calvert.
Calvert, it's a pleasure to meet you. Cheers.
He gives you a wink. Thank you. Oh, what are you? You've got a whole friends here.
Yes, these are my friends, and we're just passing through for the night. Please drink up. Please, it's on me.
Thank you. And he drinks greedily and right away. And you remember in your original night, it was just the two of you having a quiet night. The barkeep seemed grateful that you would distract this gentleman from telling wild, crazy stories like he had, and maybe a game of sorts.
Yeah, I would coax him into letting him tell the story of Graveyard Jack, even though he just told it. I want him to feel comfortable, and he tells me as much as he wants. I'm asking him questions and keeping him interested to kind of get him excited. I show him how deft I am at playing Stabberscotch.
Oh yeah,
And,
you don't even have to roll for it. It's
just to show
as
him
fast as you
how
can
amazing
imagine.
it is. A feat of dexterity.
And it's a great distraction from the story because he keeps coming back to the same points over and over.
I know,
Sock Cemetery.
I know about Graveyard Jack. Look,
heard
this is amazing.
If you've been to every tavern in Vargas, you've heard it that many times. And this is just another drunk repeating that same old tale.
Listen, we've become good friends, right? Have we not?
Best friends.
I would say that for a little bit of entertainment for the evening, why don't we play a few games of quartz, parchment, scissors, shears?
How do you play?
Oh, very easy. There's quartz, there's parchment, and there's shears. Okay? The quartz beats the shears beats the parchment, and the parchment beats the quartz.
Well, I'll win every time.
I bet you will. All right. What do you have? I've got a few pieces of silver left. You wanna start with that?
Well, I have silver too.
It's exciting. We're getting to meet
Yeah, I
Squid's
have.
best friend.
I really shouldn't spend this, but
Sure.
Well,
I think I could win.
just for a friendly game, we could play a few times and see what happens. Here, and I put my silver on the table.
All right.
On the count of 3. It'll be 3, 2, 1, shoot. All right?
Okay.
3, 2, 1, shoot. And as he is going to shoot whatever he puts out, in my more sober state, I lose on purpose.
Yes. This is the hardest you've ever had to work to lose on purpose. He's like putting it down and then like shoot.
You got me. Yeah, shears beast parchment.
2 silver!
2 silver. We'll go again. Another silver.
I don't have. Well, I can use one of these. Yeah.
That's right.
All right.
You're already on house money.
All right,
here we go.
1, 2, 3, shoot.
1, 2, 3, shoot. I lose again.
Amazing! Yes! You're all watching this display, and it is amazing how into Scrim's hands this guy is playing. He's just getting sharked in this very specific way. This guy can't possibly be this stupid or this drunk, but he seemingly is.
Another round. Another silver.
Go for 3. All right.
Yeah, you're on a heater. You can't stop now.
No.
1, 2, 3, shoot, and I lose.
Okay. I got 6 whole silver.
You don't want to play again, do you? I mean, I'm kind of in the hole here.
What?
I mean, maybe we could double or nothing. Just one go for all of it.
Why? All right.
I mean, you could make twice that.
You have the silver?
Well, I think I have a gold piece here. I've got a gold piece.
Okay.
I know it's maybe a little more than double, or maybe a little less, but this is 10 of those, right? So here we go. A gold piece. Do you have a gold piece?
He reaches down and he pulls out. All right, let's all in.
I'll put my gold piece down on the bar top and take a look at his offering.
It's what you fear when he slaps down this gold piece. This is not the gold piece that you have, the Vargas coin mint. This is a piece that you've looked at thousands and thousands of times since you earned it here in this moment. It is unusual in its make and its look and feel. It is clearly a little bigger than the gold pieces around here. It doesn't have a hole in the center. It seems like it's heavier, weighty, and when he slips it down onto the surface of the bar, it thuds with fate-like resonance.
What kind of gold piece is that?
I just found it here in my pocket.
Is that legal tender?
It's gold.
Yeah, all right. Double or nothing for both of the gold pieces.
All right. Let me just pick my choice. All right.
3, 2, 1, shoot, and I'll win. Choose to win. Ah! I'm. Oh no! I'm really sorry, friend. Look, I'll just take these and.
How?
I got lucky. Barman, buy him another drink and I'll be on my way with my friends.
He doesn't even notice as a fresh ale slides across the counter. You get some change for a silver piece, and immediately the four of you watch Scrim as he hops down from the stool and starts to make his way away from this almost sobbing, silent figure, now having been bamboozled, conned in this way. Unless you're doing anything.
We should go. It's about time to be moving on to the next place. There's a nice place that have some meal down. There's a nice place that'll serve a nice hot meal down the road. Yeah, come on, let's get out of here.
I was very upset for you beating him fair and square.
It wasn't exactly fair and square, Taishan. That was very easy to manipulate him into getting his money. Like I said, fools are easily separated from their gold.
You should probably stop listening to this. Now I'm all of a sudden Harley Quinn.
Why?
Because aren't we sitting right next to him? And he's crying and we're saying that he's
Yeah, we're
okay, I was confused.
Conversation around the dude.
Why are we
You're stupid!
Sorry, that's a fair point. In my head canon, when he said we should probably get out here, you were through the door. So you're out in the street now,
Gotcha.
and you're swept up by the pewter gray colors of the aurora, and pushed well past the moments of celebration that Scrim enjoyed that evening, full of food and additional merriment at some other inn or tavern. Instead, it's the morning. Late night. There's still no peak of the sunrise, but it is clear that Scrim chose this particular evening to go back to the mausoleum for that particular smooth surface of that particular coffin slab, made for a free and reasonably comfortable sleeping arrangement. You're back to that same place.
Well, here we are. Home sweet home for the evening, right? No harm, no foul.
You willingly choose to sleep here.
Oh, well, I never said I was good with the money that I conned people with. Plus, this is free.
This is disrespectful of the dead.
Well, I can't imagine that they mind. I've never heard them complain.
That is a fair point.
This is why we
Get comfortable because...
bury sailors at sea.
This is where we were just told not to go.
Look, it was... I know, Taishan. I'm sorry, but this is where I rested for the evening. And I'm gonna just lay down here and do it again, I guess.
Hey, Scrim! The sound is exactly the same tone and volume and quality that you remember from that same night. And you remember thinking, oh shit, Calbert has followed up on me, somehow managed to find and track me, has followed me here.
I sit up quickly. Calbert, hi. Yeah, hey, buddy.
Come on out, we're gonna play again.
What do you mean? You've been drinking a lot. We had a good time. We can play again another time. We don't need to do this tonight.
Scram, and you suddenly realize, that first night, did I tell him my name? Scrim from the Shrieking White Moors? Scrim from the Shrieking White Moors. Come out.
Okay. And I will hop off and I'll walk out towards the thing. And there's no need for violence. It's all right. It's not a big deal. I happily buy you another drink, a meal.
You see Calbert standing there in front of this goblin. What appears to be an average human man with something of a paunch. He is looking at Scrim with intelligence, sober eyes, and speaking something somehow different. Scrim Scabascotch. from
Yes.
the Shrieking White Moors.
Yes.
Very good. And he looks up and sees the four of you there. You see him make a gesture with his hands, and a cloak hood where there was no cloak hood before appears in his fingers and pulls away, and the face of Calbert vanishes. Instead, you see standing there a 6-foot-tall, well-groomed, immaculate-robed creature. It has red eyes and a huge jackal's head, like a coyote or a wolf head. He's wearing thin little spectacles that sit on the end of his nose. He's looking at you with small white horns and these robes that trumpet right at the wrists. Come forward, Scrim. I won't bite.
I like take a step or two back when I see this. I look towards my friends and I say, run. And I begin to ride, just book it. Book it. Like that even, I'm done. I take off.
This is an interesting move for today Scrim to make, because this is exactly what happened in the original memory. And in the same moment, as soon as he turned around, you feel paralyzed. You are held in place magically. You make it not even a single step. All you can do is barely lift up one of your legs and your knee is in the air, and you are locked into place. You don't fall as if you've been paralyzed. You are held in this space and in this time. And Scrim.
Okay, Calbert, whatever your name might be. That was rash. I'll admit that was rash. You can just let me go, and I promise I won't try that again.
Try what again?
To run.
And?
And what?
Well, you've taken all of my coin.
Oh, I mean, I won that fair and square.
Indeed. Very good.
Yeah, we played some games, remember? I don't know who you are, or if that's what your real name was, but we played games fair and square.
You have won something else.
What do you mean?
Well, you've won the right to sign this. And he conjures an elaborate parchment that coils at both ends. This is your debt. Your payment, your service for a life of cheating and conning and, well, you know the rest.
I don't understand. You want me to sign that? What are you gonna do to me if I don't?
I think you can imagine.
Okay, I'll sign it. I don't care what it is, just get me out of here. You're gonna let me go if I sign that, right?
He turns and he looks at it. Yes. And you look at it, it has lines of inked language that makes no sense to you. And you can see that it is of two scripts. So there's a more elaborate carved one, another one that's a little bit more jagged in nature, a little harsher. One flows into the other. The other one has very clear breaks and stops to it. And underneath you can see that there's a line with an X next to it.
Just let me go. Give me a quill. I'll sign it, and I'll do whatever you want. And we can talk about this. We can talk about this like reasonable people.
You feel a quill emerge in your hand and realize that you can move it again.
Oh.
You feel the energy start to relieve from your body, and he puts the parchment directly in front of you, and he continues to look at the four of you, giving you each actual eyes for just a moment before he leans in with a smile, a foxy, wolf-like smile.
I sign this and you let me go, right? Deal?
Deal.
Done. I sign my name. Ha!
He doesn't even take the quill back. It disappears into motes of magic, and
that's
he rolls it up. Our business here is done. Now, per the contract, you will be here again tomorrow night, yes?
Oh, absolutely. No problem. Yeah, right here in this graveyard or cemetery.
Tell your friends not to disturb what happens next.
Oh, sure. Of course not. No, why would I ever have them do that? No, it'll be fine, and we'll be right back here tomorrow.
He pulls a cloak over his head. You can see his ears poke out from the back of that cloak and turns. And he starts to make his way across the misty surface of this cemetery or graveyard. And he starts to walk and almost immediately disappears impossibly into the shadows. He just vanishes, not 15, 20 feet from where the five of you stand.
Oh, God. Jeez. Oh, my gosh. Okay. All right. Is everybody all right? We good?
I don't like cemeteries.
What was that creature?
Are you stupid, boy?
No, I don't think I'm stupid at all. In fact, we are not going to stand around here and talk about this because we're not going to be here tomorrow night because we're leaving. Follow me.
That's why I play dice, Mr. Savascotch.
Well, dice are... we can have a conversation about
Did
dice
you
another
really
time.
just sign a contract without reading it on the word of some random strange man that he's gonna let you go?
I mean,
Where'd he get that hood?
That was no man. And you heard what he was going to do. I didn't have a choice. Look, we just don't have to be here tomorrow. We'll just leave. I mean, what's the worst that'll happen? We just leave. He's expecting us to be here. We won't show up. It's not the end of the world. What else? This isn't anything new. People leave.
He knew where you were from.
Yeah, that was a
You
little
think
weird.
he's not gonna find you if you don't come back here? Then he's gonna be even more angry you didn't show up.
I don't think he's going to find me.
Why not? He found you this time.
I outsmarted him once, I'll outsmart him again. He was the stupid one for letting me go.
Unless he did that on purpose and he outsmarted you first.
No. Come on. That's not possible. Come on, please. We have to go. We can't stay here. Please, I'm not staying here. I begin to march off. Come on, follow me. We're getting out of here.
In the story that Scrim is telling, his version of reality is that he left this place. But as you're having this conversation, Scrim, you peek back into that same mausoleum where you woke up, and this is when you see the eyes. Red eyes that would haunt you from town to town as you skipped and moved in fear, as you tried to run from whatever agreement you just made, as you heard barking for the first time. Anytime you were near a cemetery or a graveyard, you would always hear this same howling, grotesque, monstrous barking. You don't hear barking this time. Just through your friends all standing around you, you're able to peek through, and in the shadow of the mausoleum, in the darkest blackness of that shadow, two eyes suddenly emerge like slits and then open, staring right at you. And wow! They jump forward, a bark and a scream. You are suddenly pushed down onto the ground with huge muscular claws. The four of you all of a sudden see this monstrous, muscled beast. It looks something like a dog, but it is hairy and matted fur, with matted fur. You see yellow, thick skin underneath that fur. You see monstrous jaws, these razor-sharp claws, hateful, glowing eyes. It is looking down and it is holding Scrim to the cemetery floor. Drools pouring out of its mouth. It is breathing in your face heavily, ready to bark, ready to bite, ready to pounce, ready to do something.
Don't do anything. Don't do anything. It's fine. We're just gonna get out of here. This is what happened, and we got out and we left, and I left, and it's all gonna be okay. Don't do anything. Nobody make any sudden movements.
And you think this is the end. As soon as the four of you see, you know that things are starting to deviate now. You see the dog start to come in, not the dog, the Barghest start to come in, and with its mouth start to clench around your neck. Before any of you can move, it is pulled, launched free by some other force. And you are shocked to see above you a raging woolly rhino has come in and with its horn smashed into the side of this creature, sending it flying 20, 25, 30 feet around. It hits a tombstone that cracks in half. It immediately spins around and starts to come back at the rhino. The five of you are standing there watching in horror. What are you doing?
Did that happen?
This did not happen. I am extremely confused.
I don't care who you are or where you come from. That thing is bad luck.
Yeah, I mean, that thing's not even native to this continent.
Look at it, hairy and a horn. I've never seen anything like that.
I meant the black
He's
dog.
talking about the dog.
Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, that
We
was
could
a
see
little
its
weird.
lipstick the whole time.
This is part of the deal we made.
Well, now I'm confused. Are we talking about the rhino or the dog?
Dog!
I mean, I can only presume so.
Like a snap, you are no longer standing in the cemetery. The
Or the
lights
graveyard.
have faded, or graveyard. The lights have faded, and before you can see the outcome of this clash between this creature you've only seen once before in Barnabas' memory, and the creature that you've only vaguely seen in shadow, this is being the first time you'd really gotten a true, full, three-dimensional look at it. You're out in the street, in the ruins of some abandoned and ancient settlement. Clear sky above you, cold wind rushing around you, and you've returned. The story seems to have ended a bit early.
I mean, and that's basically it. I hopped from town to city to continent, and everywhere I went, that beast was there. Not the rhino, the dog. But I haven't seen it since I've been here, and I think I may have finally gotten away from it.
And the coin you carry on you is the coin you won that night.
That's exactly right. No matter how hard I try, I can't get rid of it.
So you could leave
It's probably nothing.
It returns to you.
Yeah, but I mean, like, you saw that guy. There's obviously some kind of magics at play, and when I've thrown the coin overboard, or I've spent it on things, or I've given it to somebody, or I've donated it to a church, it just comes right back.
He tried everything.
And is that the same thing with your knife? What you play Staviscotch with?
Well, that's a little bit different too, because the more I've spent time running away from this thing, I've realized I have a little bit of extra oomph. Something isn't quite right. Magics, right? I mean, no different than this. I don't really know how else to describe it, but yes, the brutal blade that I keep with me, that's what I like to call it, can now just materialize it and dematerialize it.
So you have your powers because of that contract you signed.
It would seem that way. Which, to be fair, I'm not really complaining. I mean, obviously the dog is pretty horrifying, but as long as I keep running and it can't ever find me, then I get these extra abilities, this power, for nothing, for free.
But it ain't really free. You can't have a home. You can't have a family. You can't have you can't create a life for yourself. You gotta keep running and running and running and hope it doesn't find you.
Yeah, but I'm always happier on the move anyway. I mean, who wants to stay in one space for too long? Regardless. And plus, I had enough of the whole family thing. I had like 900 brothers and sisters. I don't need that anymore. I'm good.
You're exaggerating, right?
Not really, no.
Wow.
Yeah, there's a lot of us.
How'd your mom manage that?
Good question.
You make your way back inside for a long rest, for a restful night, as restful as it could be. No, you don't. My apologies. It's morning. The story that Scrim has told seems to have taken the night. You do experience that post-mausoleum moment. You remember going to the tavern and living in Scrim's shoes throughout. You remember going, leaving the town of Freybug and hopping from town to town, from living to living, existence to existence. You remember everything all the way up to Wu-Zhe, when you met each other for the first time in a simple tavern and started to get into circumstances together, to have an adventure. And it's there that, blinking, you look around and the sun is just starting to peek over the mountain horizon to the east, and you realize the night has passed extremely quickly, despite having felt like you've lived an entire one in the mind of Scrim. Scrim, you feel rejuvenated from having freed this story out of you. You are all of your exhaustion is wiped away,
Oh, what a miracle.
and you enjoy a long rest.
Oh, well, thank you. That's
And
very
Barnabas, you enjoy a long rest as well. Everyone else enjoys a short. The day is before you, and for the sake of brevity, let's talk through what you do with this day before evening comes.
I think we would pack the sledge and get all of our provisions in order.
Who will track this new
Thank
bag?
you for being here, Becca.
will.
Good night. I just
Good
wanted
night,
to say
Becca.
that since you don't
Good
get to
night,
hang out
Becca.
very often. We love you.
Thank you for coming.
Bye. Sweet dreams. I'll help.
Happy anniversary.
So I'm tracking. So we have 18 slots.
Plus 18.
So do we think we need firewood? You have all the
Probably.
candles.
Oh, well. Yeah. How many candles do you have?
Well, we have no clue where we're going or how
I
far
have
it
to count
is.
how many beans. I thought it was 10 times 8. No, what was it? 12 times 8? 12 times...
It's over 30.
So you have 12 candles.
Right.
Each candle burns for 24 hours. So I split them up into 3 8-hour chunks, and that's how I arrived at 36 8-hour things.
That's what it is. Okay.
Because it would be 36
Yes.
uses if you're just using them at night.
Yep.
If you burn one continuously for 24 hours, it'd be 3
Right.
beans per day.
All I know is Derek is a cruel mistress, and there's no way he's giving us what we
Thanks.
need to get where we're going.
I
So-
think. So here's my thought.
We definitely need some.
Yeah, we definitely.
But here's the
need some.
thing. That is more than a month of
Which is
more-
going to go by really quick.
which is gonna go by quick. But like, if we don't find any trees or
Right.
wood for a month, we are just dead.
We're fucked anyway.
We are dead no matter what,
Yes.
right?
Right, so it's best that we bring some wood while we've got it available.
But it would give
just
us
in
how
case.
many extra days? Like,
I feel like how much space wood takes up versus the little candles. It's better to get food for that, right?
I'll also
that's
say
true.
the sledge itself being made of wood would
Worst case
count
scenario,
as
burn
2 or 3 days if you dismantled it.
We would.
Worst case scenario.
Yeah.
so we could only whole store 18 rations of fish on it, right?
Mhm.
Yeah.
So we could just fill it up with rations and.
We have 240 rations.
Just the whole 18 little bits and pieces of jerky into this massive sledge. And there's 18 small strips of jerky.
Just like daintily placed in the middle, and you're like struggling to push it all.
I know that it's weird to do a simulation where we don't have the actual thing, but you put a heaping mound of this on there. Think about how much food you would have to pull on a sleigh to feed 5 people for 30 days or 18 days, right? That's how much actual fish
that's
meat you're
fair.
putting onto the sledge.
So
The numbers be more like guidelines.
So yeah, I think we could fill it up entirely with fish, or we do mostly fish with a little bit of wood.
I think we
fine
just
with
do
either.
fish.
I'm fine with either.
I think we do fish too.
Yeah.
Do you agree?
Well, no, but I'm the only one who disagrees. So I don't think it matters.
Okay, so we're gonna load it up with 18 days worth of fish.
Mhm.
And wait, is it each slot? Wait,
Can
no.
hold 5 rations.
You can carry up to 1 day's worth of rations in one item slot.
Yeah, so this would
So
be
it's only
Oh no.
18
3 days.
It would
worth
be
of food
3
for
days
us.
worth of food.
The whole sledge?
Yeah, because there are 5 of us, and each one of us needs 1 ration. So if
Well,
each
I'm gonna-
one is only 1,
I'm going to literally just shackle a shit ton of fish to me as well.
Yeah, you each have your own
I've
capacity.
got 6 extra slots.
I don't even
as
know what I
well.
have now. Find out I've been cheating this whole time.
Tiny, small, medium. Let's take a look here.
I think food's gonna be rare, so I think we do fish. So I'm just gonna write fish,
Yeah.
and I will fill up on my inventory. Only 3 slots on fish. Okay.
You largely spend the day having this conversation of how can you equip for the next leg of this journey. You felt so powerless and unprepared for the circumstances of your being trapped in ice, of losing the captain, finding that the crew had abandoned you, and having to make your way this far. You've traveled 150, 175, maybe 200 miles in the month plus that you've since left the site where you were icebound, and this time you are going to make the right choices and learn from your lessons, from your experience. Filling up on fish, making sure that you everything on your person is nice and warm, tightly bound. You spend the day readying for the coming journey, and the next day or the day after perhaps, you maybe continue to trek onward. But night does come, and you find yourself enjoying what bountiful fuel and food there is here in the temporary home that you've made for yourselves. And you enjoy the fire.
Before we get all the way to night, can I show Yornir the cairn?
Yeah, take him.
Hey, Yornir, you want to go take a look at that cairn I found before?
No.
I'm busy counting fish.
I'm okay. Yes. Yeah, show me.
You're good with runes. Let me show you.
Let me take a look.
What? Okay. Here's what I was talking about.
Do this.
Here's what I was talking about. I'm certain that to the west is Fire Magnolia. There's a small chance that the symbol does also mean certain death. Delectable tea or certain death.
The one that he's pointing to, you recognize, and you've seen it on every single cairn that's pointed west since you've started seeing cairns in the first place. You can kind of see how it looks like a fire magnolia, just based on its like symbolic representation, but it's meant ocean every single time. That's the direction that the sea is in.
Oh, Taishan.
So I want to get a sense of the ones that, because beforehand I noticed that there's like a structure-looking one that pointed to where we are now. And so at least Taishan saw that there were multiple, like, I don't know if it's like multiple facets now, pointing to other settlements.
Oh, so this is a signpost.
Yeah, this is one of the signposts. I want to get a sense of if I can like ascertain distance and like size of settlement based on the runes or whatever.
Do so with advantage with Taishan, and
my intelligent draconic know-how.
Since this is deduction E.
Perception? No. Just whiz?
No, I'm going in an int direction. It's a matter of can you put the pieces together. It's just a question. It's
smart enough.
Investigation or intelligence, your choice.
It's
But
all
at
the same.
advantage. Yep, I thought that might be the case.
12.
12. With a 12, you and Taishan spend a better part of an hour having conversations about, like, look at this one. This center mast here, this seems to be the symbol that we saw in the previous cairns, but in its simplest form. So if we apply the same rules of how it diminished over the many times that we saw cairns leading up to this settlement, can you apply the same rule? Yeah, I guess you kind of can. This one over here seems to be 4 pips away. This one over here seems to be 3 pips away. Is that day's travel? Is that a week's travel? Or is it some other form of measurement? Or is it conveying a totally different meaning? You kind of get a sense that the ones that are more complex or have more additional pieces to it are farther in distance from you than the ones that have fewer or closer to this settlement image that they all sort of kind of share.
So, and I guess I could pull out, because I think I've jotted down every rune that I've seen.
You
so
would
I'll
have.
pull that out, and I'll sort of get a cross-reference. I want to get a sense of, as far as what's north, are there multiple options that we could go forward? And sort of, after I come to this determination, what options would a rational Yornir sort of think as far as if we want to go for another settlement, what are our options there?
It looks like the option heading northeast is not just the closest, but there's a rune that is totally new. And comparing your notes to the ones that you've seen before and these particular cairns. This one in particular has a swoosh, a curve, a line on the side. And do you take that, because the DC was lowered thanks to Taishan's help and because you have been taking such studious notes as a druid, that this is another town on the river, whereas these others may be, like, that's the capital and it's like 20 weeks out. That's the one where, like, perhaps the settlement where the cliff side that you guys saw bend up and out of the ocean, where it finally meets the ocean, and perhaps that's a beach side village or town or city. You can't get a sense of the size or nature of the settlements, but you kind of get a sense that there's a middle route that would take the longest, a beach route that would take the mediumest, and a shorter distance that would take you to this next river location.
All right. I'll turn and I'll walk back to the camp.
Oh, how wacky was that? What I thought was tea, turns out you'll never guess it was the ocean all along.
No, I did guess. And I could have told you to not get your hopes up, but us finding any tea growing in this climate would be very unusual.
No, you never know. You can make anything into a good cup of tea.
That's a fair point.
And I'll once we gather back with the group, I'll say,
I believe our path lies along the river. It's the closest settlement along the way. It'll be easier to travel. We'll be close to a source of fish. And we may find the crew if we move faster than they do. Unlikely with their vehicle, but if something waylays them or they perish, which is likely, we'll at least learn what becomes of them.
Direction-wise, the crew is like skating on the frozen river.
Yeah.
Is that going towards where we're going?
That goes northeast, right?
Yeah.
In the direction.
Oh,
of the
okay.
We're basically following them.
Yeah.
Okay.
And you could continue to follow the river southwest, and presumably it terminates at the ocean, perhaps creating a long and large waterfall you picture in your mind, remembering the heights of those cliffs.
and would I know that, given that we're in the southern hemisphere, right? I guess, do seasons work that way where it's getting colder as the months are going on?
Yeah, I'm ignoring two realities. One, the days aren't getting like super short, and we're not going into that sort of that level of southern simulation, and because I just don't want to do that. And then two, the hemisphere. Like, I don't even know if the water swirls in different directions. Like, I'm not going to get that into the weeds. It's not important to my story.
Okay. But I guess as far as seasons go, is it getting colder or warmer?
Do we
It's
feel
getting
like
colder.
winter is colder?
You've been outrunning the winter.
Okay. And I would know that going north... So a hemisphere in terms of going north is warmer than going south.
Yes.
That's relevant and true.
That has been your experience so far in Drakkar.
Okay.
I believe we need to keep going north. It's getting colder, and it will only get worse where we are now. And if we keep going north, we can hopefully outrun the coldest. But again, this land is new to me, so I don't know how bad things can get.
So you're saying that we should probably head out tomorrow?
In the morning, yes.
Okay.
Suppose we have everything we need. There's no sense to stay here any longer.
Well, as we decide to go onward, I'm going to drop all of my coin. Unless anyone wants it, it's useless in this land. Scram, are you alright?
I don't know.
And you can keep that fishing tackle, I don't need it.
How much space does it take?
One slot.
Oh, son of a gun.
You can also... I think I should be able to catch enough fish. You did a great job.
No, I know it's very important that I help you fish every day. I'm gonna keep my fishing tackle. I was just hoping that maybe it was a fraction of the slot.
Depending on how much coin you've got, we don't know if whatever town we visit up north is going to have some kind of, if they're going to use currency. Getting rid of all of it does not sound like a good idea. If we do make our way to a town where there are people who could provide us food and equipment and hospitality for coin. My coin pouch is really light. I followed Yornir's tip here and only got 2 platinum when we're paid out. So if you want me to hold on to your coin, I can do it. Because I'm not letting my 2 platinum go.
Well, that's a good point. Could I give you my coins and it would
Sure.
mechanically only just take up more of that
Sure.
one slot?
And I just clink my little coin purse and you just hear the 2 platinum clink against each other.
Let me see how much.
I have 20 platinum? There's no way that's
I have
right.
20 platinum as well.
Oh, shit.
I think you have 20 platinum as well, not 2.
Well, I got 20 platinum pieces.
hell?
Did I give everyone 200 gold to start?
Yeah.
You took
Yeah.
out
That's
20
what it
platinum?
was, yeah.
There it is.
Oh, so wait, how many slots would that be? Because I got 20 platinum too.
only,
It's
so
still-
it's
it's still
100
one.
coins per
It's one
slot.
Oh, so it only has 1 slot.
So it's
okay.
only 1 slot.
I only have
But-
less
But
than 100
if
coins.
we combined it, that would
It would all be one slot on one person.
still be 20, 40, 60 between the 3 of us.
Okay.
I wrote down 27 gold.
Yeah, you got 27 gold pieces.
Nice.
Did you spend some of your gold during the adventure at some point?
tea,
Perhaps in
maybe.
Luzay? Yeah, maybe.
It's possible.
I don't know.
Yeah. It's very in character to buy 170 gold worth of tea.
You gotta take my coin. 20
But
platinum pieces, and then this. I have 7 gold pieces and 5 silver pieces.
I have 17 gold.
And I'll just drop them on the ground and leave them there.
Oh, yeah.
So add 20. So I'm just gonna clear my inventory.
Yeah,
of
me too.
coins.
Me too.
Yeah. And so, why don't you tell me how much coins in total? Because Queenie will go and just pick up those. gold
Okay,
pieces.
so I'm giving you 20 platinum pieces.
Okay, so hold on.
This is real D&D, folks. This is real D&D, folks.
These are the kinds of conversations you have in a survival
So you're near
situation.
20K,
Learning to rely on each other and trust each other to
Barnabas,
keep a ledger,
20K.
even.
And then gold wise,
I have 7 gold pieces.
7.
And welcome, Vonica Love.
And how much?
We're happy to
How many
have
other
you.
gold pieces
Thank
do you
you.
have, Michael?
I have 17 gold pieces.
I have 27
And
gold
4
pieces
silver.
if you want that.
And 8 copper.
I'm gonna leave the silver in the
Okay.
copper.
It's on the ground.
Okay, I'm leaving. Then I'm just dumping the 5 silver.
Wait, can you take 27 gold pieces? Or is that...
Probably.
Nice.
Nice.
Know, Vonica, that after our session we do something called Avantris and Chill. So we'll be playing for a few more hours here, and then we
I
open
can
it up to
take
chat, and we have a
16
conversation
gold
with everyone
pieces.
still in the audience. And if you have questions about D&D, we're here for it.
Yeah.
So Bro Menard has been trying to figure out if Mace is a famous guest star.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, you may know the famous celebrity Alan Thicke.
Yes.
This is Alan Thicke risen from the grave.
Risen from his ancient tomb. Jesus.
All right, everybody. We don't have to hide it.
The
There's
real
a famous
Alan Thicke
podcast
is
at
rolling
one
in his
point.
grave.
But his son, Robin Thicke, is sitting right here next to me.
Oh, those are some blurred lines on my character sheet.
Good grief.
Unbelievable.
Unbelievable.
No, he's not
Please.
famous.
Don't draw too much attention to me.
He's
It
not
embarrasses me.
famous.
I'm just one of the people, you know?
He just looks like other people that might be famous.
And then,
That's actually my claim to fame. Yeah, I've got a very common face.
How did you almost know my name?
and so, are you giving me?
How do you almost know my face? He just has one of those faces, you know?
Are you giving me 16 gold pieces?
Yeah. Frank the human boy. How did you almost know my name?
Oh, this is the character generator?
So
Default
I
settings.
officially have 100 coins on my person.
Okay.
Approximate knowledge
Welcome,
of
Brandon.
anything.
So just mechanically, I can carry 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 slots of food.
Okay, I can
or,
carry,
or things.
Would you like a piece of pike?
Or things, yeah.
I can carry
put it on the ground
8
for you.
Cool.
for real this time. Actually, I can carry 8. Check, man.
We have enough to fill up. We have more than enough. So I'm
This
gonna-
coffee is banger. What flavor is this?
it's half and half, both decaf, Columbia, and hazelnut.
Well, I'll be damned.
I technically don't have to keep the brutal blade on me.
No.
No, Briggsy doesn't. You can carry that
Free
fucker
up.
around.
I have 7 spare slots.
Oh, I should
Nice.
probably check and see if I can carry some fish. I just don't want to.
But if you're at capacity and you summon it, you just fall.
Yeah, my arm will break. It'll just snap my arm.
You pick up the spoon and go.
And all of a sudden you can't move at all.
It's literally Skyrim.
Oh yeah.
Oh, and you-
Romanar, we haven't gotten around to adding to the website. It's on-
And you
it's on our
don't want
list.
to be.
It's only been a year and a half.
Wait, we have a website?
We do.
Right, but we don't want to be at max capacity, right? Because max capacity is bad.
No, it's past max capacity.
You can go up to, just don't go
Yeah,
over.
so if your slots is 20 and you are carrying 20 slots worth of things,
You're good.
it's when you get to 21 that you're over
Okay.
covered. It's
Could,
not meet it and beat it.
I could carry 3 fish.
Okay. Thank you for the follow,
If I-
Romanar.
Yeah, we
Thank you.
appreciate it.
Welcome.
Yeah, bro.
Thank you for following.
You're a bro.
Welcome to the
us.
family.
Enjoy Alan Beck.
Thanks for being my fan.
Oh yeah, with 3 C's.
It should come as no surprise to you that you were once again visited by the lights this evening. As you're counting coin, you look down and you see the familiar blue reflection as the light creeps through the door frame, and you know that you could go out and perhaps share a story.
They're back.
It's our old friend. It's almost comforting in a weird way, ain't it?
It's a benevolent magic.
Isn't it?
It feels.
Minus that weird rhino thing. That just kind of weirds me out. That we tell these stories about things that actually happen and somehow things change.
But, like, to be fair, in your story, the rhino saved you.
That's true. It did.
That's a great point, Miss March, which I can't square. I've been thinking about it ever since last night. In my memory, this creature was in dire need of assistance. Was
Right.
trapped in the guts of that fish, and then in yours, it was a savior. Save you from Graveyard
So-
Jack.
I'm just a little old rabbit from backwoods, but I do have a little bit of wisdom here and there. What if these lights are some kind of manifestation of some ancient being and it's telling us in these stories how we can help it? Or how it can help us? Maybe you're supposed to help it and it's supposed to help you.
Just like Mr. Yornir said, the
That weird
road
winter
of the
worm.
gods, perhaps it's a god that has walking along that bridge.
Exactly right.
Maybe try burying the coin.
Oh no, I've tried that.
Have you tried getting rid of it since we've been here?
I don't know. I guess technically no. Maybe I'll just leave it behind tomorrow.
It's worth the shot.
That's a great idea, Mr. Stabscotch. Anything could happen with this visitor.
Queenie, would you like to tell us your story?
Well, my story isn't near half as cool as either one of theirs, so if you're in for more of a sad tale and nothing more, then sure.
Be a welcome change of pace.
I didn't like scrims. This was very scary.
Yeah, you were shaking in your boots.
I don't like. Come to find, I don't like cemeteries
Or graveyards.
Is yours,
or graveyards. Church or no church to me.
You know, that made me think. If there's a church at a graveyard and it gets burnt down, and then there's no church anymore, does it continue to be a graveyard or is it a cemetery now?
Oh, you think it gets grandfathered in?
What does that mean?
The graveyard status.
It's kind of like
So
the.
it stays a graveyard.
I would say so.
What's the difference between a ghost and a spirit?
Well,
depends on your beliefs.
malevolence.
Which one is
What is your culture's belief about the dead?
I don't know.
The light starts to fade.
Queenie, Miss March, perhaps lead us out into the cold where we might share a story.
All right, well, if we're going to go out in the cold, I want you to close your eyes, but keep them open a little bit so you don't trip and fall to your death, and I want you to imagine something.
All right.
Mountains off in the distance, green, sprinkled with pink and yellow flowers, and big trees, tall as you can see. The sun shining down on a beautiful valley. You can see the wind rushing through the grass, and a small little farm town.
There's no delay. As soon as Queenie starts speaking these words describing her hometown's a fine way to, your home, where you came from, your region of
Village.
the world, your village. The blue immediately shifts into a beautiful sunflower yellow.
As the wind blows through the grass, your eyes linger on a small little house just maybe 300 feet from the edge of a beautiful, pristine forest at the base of the mountains. And there, right on the porch, you see my mom and my pa in their rocking chairs enjoying their breakfast for the morning. The kids outside running through the yard, picking flowers, playing ball, laughing. That was my life, and that was my life for many, many years. I get older and start tilling the farms with my dad, learning the ways of the carrots and the taters and whatever manner of things we decide that we want to grow there. Our trips into the village, just a stone's throw away to deliver our goods and to meet with friends and family alike. And it's wonderful. We love it. And at nights, we're told bedtime stories of the bear in the woods. Kids better not run out into the forest lest the bear will get you and eat you.
As she mentions this bear, the yellow sunflower curtains swim down and that doubling experience happens. You're standing out in the middle of the cold. You should be freezing to death. But that warm, beautiful, sweet air that you can almost imagine when Queenie started her story hits you as if you are breathing it, as if you are living in this beautiful town, the town of Foxbridge. And it's Queenie's childhood. You are sitting on the floor. You still have your adult bodies. Queenie is very young, and she's listening to one of perhaps the first times that she'd ever heard this tale. And looking up, you can see this is Queenie's mother. She's sitting down and she's tending to the fire, and she's telling this very story. Now, once upon a time, there was a young rabbit folk kids named Harleen and Gregson. One night, they got up to no good, got into trouble, and her folks sent them to their rooms without supper. Harleen and Gregson weren't the brightest kids, neither. No, in fact, they were both about 10 coppers short of a silver piece. That night, they sneaked out of that house and went into the woods looking for something to eat.
Mama,
berries.
wouldn't it be snuck? They snuck out?
You sure are smart. She leans down and gives you a little rustle in between your ears and a kiss.
Love you, Mama.
That night they snuck, thank you, Queenie, out of the house and went into the woods looking for something to eat. Berries or nuts or anything that would put an end to their growling tummies. Of course, it wasn't long before they found themselves lost, wandering about the forest with no bearing, looking just for food, and they had no way of knowing which way was home. Then it seems as though fate smiled upon them, for they came upon a beehive, hanging from a branch, and they could tell even in the night that it was full of honey. Gregson, who, like I said, was only rowing with one oar, started throwing rocks and sticks up at the hive to see if they could knock it down. There was a sudden movement, a shadow, and a crash. Bang! Gregson was gone. He had been taken by the evil thing in the forest, a cruel spirit of the woods that can appear and vanish in an instant. Harleen tried to run, didn't get too far. When she finally saw the beast, she stopped dead in her tracks, paralyzed with fear as she was. The spirit revealed itself to her as an enormous, vicious bear. She took her last breath, but before she could even scream out, the bear gobbled her up in one whole bite. There were no survivors. Children, remember the story of Harleen and Gregson and why you should never venture out past the tree line. Understand?
Yeah, Mom. Why don't bears like bunnies?
If I knew the answer to that, we might be much farther along in life. I can't tell you for sure.
All right, Mama.
You all are in the shoes of Queenie, but you're inspired almost like kids in this moment. You feel just like you are surrounding Queenie in this story. Queenie, there would
I'm
have
like
been
in it. I'm not even paying attention.
there would have been friends sitting around you. You've heard this story told by your mom the same way hundreds of times. It would feel like.
Mama, can we sing the song? You know the one.
I sure do.
You want to start it? Can we sing it? Come on, Mama, please.
I sure am tired. I think it's about time. Now, I already done told you a story, and you gotta clean up your ears, behind your ears, and clean your teeth before you go to bed.
I might not be convinced the forest is so bad without that song, Mama.
Well, why don't you hum it a little?
I can't remember how it starts.
Shit.
You can make loan
my
for this.
brain racing. There's this classic story of an improv class where one of the great improv teachers of all time, he taught like Mike Myers and the rest of Second City, was asked like, what's the worst thing you can do in improv? And he was like, here, read this. Sure enough, your mom, convinced by your persuasive and young, cute rabbit folk wiles, starts to hum, and then you join in song together. And
Get out! Run!
get out!
Get! Run!
You sing the song, and
you are
it gets softer and
morsels.
softer, and that same yellow curtain blows through the story. You feel as though you lived this entire childhood with these two loving parents until about the age of 15. You find Queenie, and it's here that you find yourselves in the farm. A combination of farm and garden might be more appropriate, for this is where Queenie's family grow these giant carrots. You would be very familiar with them, having lived this story. These huge green stalks that poke out of the ground, and being able to lift them out. These carrots are not carrot size. These are giant carrots, the size of tree boughs. This year, unfortunately, however, they're not doing so well. The brilliant, vibrant green of this crop has been tarnished. It's browned and black in some places, and you can see webbed right around where the head of these carrots meets the earth. There's this sticky, thick ergot. This mold that, almost like a spider's web, has clung to the surface of these carrots, and pulling them out, they already seem decayed, dying, not edible. And it's Queenie and her family are looking down at what should be this fall's bounty and despairing. There is very little to live off of this winter. Well, I don't know what happened. It's never happened before.
It's not your fault, Pa. There's not much you could do about it. I heard from Sally Jean the other day. We were just spending some time picking flowers, and she was saying that it's happening to the farms all across the land. It's not just you, Pa.
Well, there's something rotten going on. I don't know how we're gonna live. There's nowhere we can't communicate or make it all the way to the other rabbit folk communities in Yona. We can't make it that far. We have to survive on our own.
Well, I'm okay with having half of what I normally have to make sure we can spread it out among everyone else.
Well, you sure are sweet, Queenie, but you still got growing to do. I'm not comfortable with that.
Well then, let me take extra shifts pulling the carrots out, and you get some more rest, Pa.
We'll both take an extra shift today. We'll see if we can make it through this, and perhaps things will be better tomorrow.
You can lean on me, Pa. I'm here.
I thank you, Queenie. I love you so much.
I love you, Pa. We've got this.
That night, after a double shift, you remember taking the circumstances into your own hand, into that if someone was going to solve this, that it should be you, and that made you think of what options are possible. What could you do to solve this problem? And in your hours of pulling carrots, you remember looking up at the mountains and seeing, well, the tanner, browner mountains look sort of like the carrot tops, look sort of like the tree line, but very, very faintly, very far, right on the horizon, seems lushly green. Perhaps there's an end to this, or something that's preventing this blight from affecting those woods.
You know, I reckon, based on the way the forests look, whatever's gotten into our land hasn't made it all the way up there. And I know Mama says I gotta be afraid of that bear, but Pa was just looking so broken today, and I gotta do what I can to help him. I'm fast. I'm on the edge of 15 now. I could run away from a bear. If I could just get some soil and bring it back, I could fix the land for Pa. You know what? Gotta try it. Promised I was gonna help your dad, and I am gonna. And you watch as Queenie fills up her pack with a little bit of rations, some carrot seeds, a jar for some soil, and tosses it over her shoulder and sneaks through the house. And she will sneak into her parents' room and quickly give them a kiss on either one of their cheeks. I love you, Ma. I love you, Pa. Promise I'll be back. Promise. She hops out of the room, climbs out of her window, and darts off into the night.
The four of you are carried along this journey. You still feel a level of agency. Talking to Queenie, you could do. Being able to take different actions, but you can see that Queenie is in this deja vu and ready to relive it as is, one for one. And this is exactly what she's saying in the moment of storytelling matches this dreamy, memory-like quality of the vision that you're experiencing thanks to the magic of these lights. And you make your way through the woods. It's late fall, it's starting to get cooler, and it surprises all four of you. Not just that she bravely and stoutly makes her way through a dark night wood path, crooked, gnarled trees bearing down, the sound of wolves in the dead of night, also hustling around, but that she eventually makes her way to and safely through to something like a glaive. Like a beautiful moonlit glaive. The shaft of light coming down from the moon illuminates it beautifully. What do you remember about this particular moment?
As Queenie was walking through the dark parts of the forest, to keep herself from being afraid, she would have looked down. Good evening, Twig. Good evening, plants. Good evening, wolf. And then eventually she makes her way through the underbrush. Wow, good evening, Glade. Look at you, you're quite the beaut. And she'll just look around, and it looks like middle of the night, and it is so filled with the light of the moon that it almost looks as if it's high noon. The way that the light sparkles and shines. It's a kind of beauty that Queenie's never seen a day in her life. Otherworldly, some might say.
It's just as Queenie describes, you are looking at it, and the glade is lush with life. There isn't a single desaturated color. Every green is the greenest green. Every pink, every yellow, every purple. There's a cottage on one end of the glade with a small bridge that crosses a beautiful little creaky stream, and an overabundance of flowers in all directions, hanging from the windows around the surrounding the cottage and the ground. You can see this glorious, beautiful garden off to another side, and it's quiet, but you can hear this creaking, this rocking and whistling coming faintly from the cottage just on the other side of this glade.
And as Queenie's looking around, almost mesmerized by this glade that she's found herself in, her ears twitch and perk up as she hears the creaking of the rocking chair. And she looks over, and sitting in it is a large bear man. And for a moment, Queenie is shocked and scared. This has to be the man that her mother told her stories about from her earliest memories. But this is far too beautiful and far too good to be bad. And he sits there rocking, whittling away at a piece of wood as he whistles, and there's nothing about him that seems evil. And knowing what she needs to do, knowing that this, whatever this glade is what's causing the forest around it to look so lush and to not be hindered by the ergot that's overtaken her farm, she hikes up her britches. She steps out of the thicket of the trees. She says, "Excuse me, Mr. Bear. My name is Queenie March. I've traveled here over quite a few miles at this point. I'm 15 years old, or at least on the edge of it, I'm not quite sure. And I need your help."
Leave me be. I wish to be alone. Go away. I don't It's the middle of the night. Leave.
You don't look like you're sleeping.
Stay out of my garden, girl. Just go, little one.
I don't want nothing to do with your garden, but I need your help. How do you make this place look so nice? Why aren't you affected by the ergot that's killing all their plants?
I'm not about to. You know, why? You. The absolute gall.
The what?
The gall.
Like a seagull?
I'm sitting here in peace and quiet trying to carve up, just whittling and whistling. Why do you come here?
Ergot's gotten our plants, Mr. Bear. And I saw that the forests weren't affected by it, and it led me here, and I was hoping that whatever you're doing to keep your plants looking so beautiful, you could give me that knowledge so I could save my family.
You can't just come up and ask for what I know, for what I possess, for all of it?
You're not gonna eat me, are you?
I hadn't planned on it.
That's what I thought. You don't want to help me either, do you?
I want you to get out of my garden. Go home.
Well, I ain't going home, but I'll get out your garden. I'm gonna be right over there. I'm on the edge of 15, and I can't promise that even if you won't eat me, the wolves won't, but I'll be right there, right outside of your property. If you decide you want to help me, I'll be right there and hear those wolves calling out in the middle of the night. I'll be right there. But if you do want to help me, I'll be right there. And Queenie turns around, looks back at the bear, then walks and sits immediately right on the opposite side, or right outside of his property line.
The bear gets out of his rocking chair, puts down his tools and the piece that he was working on, stands, goes to his cottage door, and closes the door, leaving you completely empty.
Good night, wolves. I don't think you're gonna eat me. I really hope you're not. Good night, grass. Good night, moon.
You hear the door creak just a little bit.
And Queenie begins to start making a bed out of the moss and the grass and slowly nestles down into it, puts her head down, and with her eyes just slightly open, she stares at the door and eventually falls asleep.
The four of you see that bear head as Queenie goes to sleep peek out. And then morning comes. And Queenie, you remember waking to an amazing magical sight as the garden came to life with all of these flowers in all directions, suddenly buzzing. You could see this army of bees in all directions, and they're working on pollinating all of these beautiful flower faces, getting in there and then flying back to their home and then coming back for another round. And though you don't see the bear, he doesn't seem to come out, they themselves manifest and carry a pot of what you find to be honey. And it is delivered to you by this battalion of small bees working together in concert. And you feel that your prayers have been answered by the mysterious and ornery bear man.
Well, good morning, bees. Am I supposed to do that with this what I think I am? And the bees dance around and form the shape of the word yes in the air. And Queenie nods. All right, bees. I'm picking up what you're laying down. And then Queenie will stand up, pack up all of her stuff, and attach the honey pot to her side. And as she turns to leave, she'll turn around and... I knew you weren't a bad person. I just knew it. I felt it in my soul. And if this fixes my family's problem, this won't be the last you see of me. We're going to be friends someday, I'm telling you right now. Remember my name, Queenie March.
Promise you won't come back now.
No can do. Have a good morning, Bear. Bye. And Queenie will march off into the forest and head home.
She does. And in a flash of brilliant sunflower yellow, you see the application of the honey. You see Queenie convincing the neighboring families to accept the honey. That it came from the bear, but it's totally safe. And some agree and others don't. But those who do, the ergot is magically and miraculously disappeared almost overnight. They the decaying carrots seem to be refreshed and brought back to their full and glorious carroty goodness. And Queenie saves her family, at least, from the danger of the coming winter. How do you make the decision that you make now?
Time passes, and it's not long, but a lot of the people in town had a lot of horrible things to say about the bear. No matter what Queenie did, no matter what she tried to say, the stories that had been perpetuated over decades had clouded their minds. And though Queenie knew that this person was just misunderstood, there was nothing she could do to make them see otherwise. And she realized that her family didn't need her help anymore. But there was a lot to learn from this bear. And there was a lot that he could learn from her and she could learn from him. And she wanted to know what life was like outside of her comfort zone. And so one night she sat down at dinner and had a conversation with her mom and pa, and it wasn't easy, but they trusted her. And she decided she was going to attempt to make peace with this bear. And all she could think about was how happy her life was with her family, and that this bear was out in the woods alone, so alone that he wasn't even willing to accept friendship when it showed up on his doorstep. And that to her was a fate worse than death. And so, with her parents' permission and the promise that at least once a month she returned for a family dinner, she makes her way back out into the forest and back out to the glade.
Your mother and father tearfully say goodbye. Your mother, having made for you your 16th birthday present, gives it to you prematurely, knowing that you've made this choice. They trust in you, and you receive a broad-rimmed hat that you'll wear for many years to come. The journey through the forest is not precarious or dangerous, and when you get there, it takes a long time before you even learn the bear's name, before he starts to warm up to you. It could be maybe even a year of determination and persistence, of sleeping on the front porch and then finding a blanket wrapped around you, of finally finding accommodations inside the cottage. Eldred, the bear who was able to curate and provide this magical honey, starts to take Queenie under his wing, and teach her about the woods, about the bees, about the plants and the fauna, the flora. What would you tell your friends about the next 7 years?
So almost like a movie montage passes as you see Queenie make her way back to the glade, and for a week she sleeps outside of the perimeter, and then she wakes up and she's inside of the perimeter, and she hadn't moved herself there, but that's where she wakes up. Another couple of weeks.
It's warmer on this side of if you just sit up.
Another couple of weeks pass, and she finds herself on the porch when she wakes up in the morning, and then with a blanket over her, and eventually in a bed in a room she had never seen inside of this house. Eventually she wakes up one morning and finds a second rocking chair next to his rocking chair with its own little wood whittling station. And As a couple of years pass, they get to know each other, and he's a little hard-headed at times, but Queenie softens him up, and they get to know each other really well. And their life, you just watch as he teaches her to hunt, he teaches her to grow food, he teaches her to sew, to whittle wood, to
Here's
craft
how to
arrows.
clean a kill. Here's how to live in the forest all on your own. To mend a broken wing or a bone, should you ever happen to come across that trauma. Here's how to deal with this type of danger should this happen to you. You can be prepared by doing this, the other thing.
And eventually, he begins to trust her enough that he starts to tell her of his past and why he's so alone. That he had a wife once, and they had come to this land from the Feywild, from Bearheim, and she wanted to plant flowers, Fey flowers, all over the world of Evantris. And they traveled for many, many, many years, and one day she passed. And his heart was broken. He couldn't imagine going back to Bearheim without her, and he couldn't imagine continuing their travels without her. And so he came back to the place that was the closest he could get to home. The land directly outside of the Fey Crossing that brought them to Evantris. And it was here in these woods that he set up this house. And they have their garden, but there is a small plot of land where he wants to plant her flowers, but he can't bring himself to. No matter what he does, he can't plant those flowers because they're the only seeds that he has left of her. So every morning they wake up, they have their breakfast, they sit in their rocking chair, and they look out over the land in that small plot of tilled earth that he tills every single day and never plants those flowers. And that's when Queenie knows that they're not friends anymore. They're family.
One morning, after having shared these 7 years together, and you can feel as though you've lived it. It's such a strange experience. If you've ever, in real life, woken up from a dream and felt like, man, I just lived 80 years. That's the feeling that you have about these visions that are being transported into you through not just the words that Queenie says, but by the very tactile living of them, walking in her shoes. The morning that Queenie maybe fears most is the morning that is quietest. There is no buzzing, the sound that she'd grown very accustomed to and filled the air of this glade every day. The buzzing is itself silent this particular morning. It's still as beautiful as it ever was, as lush, but the flowers are not being tended to. The bees that sit on it just simply rock back and forth, looking. And it's that plot of soil that Eldred talked about and refused to plant, even though he kept it tilled, that you look to right away because you have had this experience. And Eldred hasn't been in the best shape over the last few weeks. He's been starting to make arrangements, for lack of a better term. And looking at the plot, you can see this tiny little sprout has emerged up and out, and that just in front of it, on the path, the cobblestone that leads to the bridge, there is an object and what appears to be a letter.
You see as Queenie stares at that patch for what feels like an eternity, realizing what it means. And her ears perk up and she listens, but there is no sound of Eldred. He's clearly left this place. He's reunited with his wife. And she sits down in his rocking chair. She puts on her boots and she puts on her pack and she fills it with what food there is. And she closes the door and she makes sure everything is right as rain. As she walks down that cobbled path that heads towards the object and the letter.
This time, you are doing this in a deja vu sense, and you have been in lockstep with your previous self. Deviations that may have happened in Barnabas's version of his story from the moment you said go, or in Scrim's story, you've been really true to the way that things have gone throughout the progression of this. But now, Queenie, you are walking forward, and you notice that it's different. It's sprout is the same as you remember it, but the object, this beautiful, beautiful object that had been worked on for decades by Eldred, now complete, probably the most perfect thing that you've ever seen in your whole life, that you'd set it down and continued on your journey from there. And then reading the letter addressed to you, Queenie, in bear script on the front of the lettering, opening it, you remember the message for Queenie: don't let your sorrow stop you from traveling the way it stopped me. We live on in you. You remember that, and you see that there is an envelope, but that the carved object is different.
Is it a woolly rhino?
It is.
So where Queenie remembers there to be the beautiful carved form of a bear, the visual representation of Eldred's wife that he'd been working on since the day that she passed, that he'd left to her upon his death, where that once had stood on the cobblestone steps, is the carved effigy of a woolly rhino.
What do you all do?
These limes don't agree with my allergies.
Told you it wasn't going to be a spooky one. It was just going to be kind of sad.
It's okay, Mr. Dreadwig, you can cry.
I cried a lot. I'm crying right now. You just can't see it through my fur.
This is not so bad of a change. A carved rhino?
Yeah, but I wish you could have seen what Eldred made. It was beautiful.
Do you have it with you?
No, I left it there. One day I'll return. That's my goal. I have her seeds. I'm planting them all over Vantris just like she wanted. Once I planted them everywhere, I'm going to return home. Going to pick up that little bear statue and anything else I can think. And I'm going to head into the Feywild, and I'm going to retire there and tell their story for all the rest of my days.
You remember it was however long it would take for you to finally get together and decide to trek out from this glade, to leave Freybug, to leave Foxbridge, and truly start to travel,
Say goodbye,
eventually
my
finding your way
parents,
to Yulon, to Wuze, and to the companions that you find now. You remember that however long it took you to make that decision, it was as you left that the bees joined you, carrying a satchel of Fey seeds with them to deliver onto your person.
Aw,
But
shucks.
we're not there
bees.
yet. It's not that part of the story. You're stuck looking
Never
down,
mind, bye, bees.
and there's just this small artifact of a woolly rhino, carved with dexterity, but not love. And the envelope.
Did I read the envelope, the letter already?
You had recalled what it originally said.
I would pick it up and read it to see if it was different.
You pull it open, you flip out the parchment, and you pull it open, and instead of lettering or words, there's an illustration.
I don't read pictures. What is this shit?
It doesn't have any writing on it, but when you open it to see this fact, you are struck with a vision of your own. You don't just see the illustration of a mountain. You see the curved and pointed mountain, unusually thin and tall, tapering to a sharp peak. And you know what's at the top of that summit. A place of power, and a fresh and frigid plot of land ready to be tilled.
Does everyone else see that as well?
They only see, you look at an image of a mountain, but you have a little something extra.
I'll be goddamned. I know where I've got to plant these seeds here. I've been wondering, how do you plant flower seeds in an icy tundra? Thanks, Eldred. Miss you.
And in a flash of sunflower yellow, you all find yourself the next morning, having enjoyed a short rest, Yornir and Taishan, unbelievably awake and sleeping. But you have enjoyed a long rest, and so have you, Scrim, and so have you, Barnabas.
That's a lot harder than it looked when y'all did it. That's all I gotta say. That sure does pull at all of your, like, soul pieces and stuff.
Well, I guess that means that settles it.
That settles what?
That we need to get off of this rock alive.
I don't intend to die here.
There's nothing to go home to for me or Mr. Stabiscotch, but there is for you.
Well, I do have to say that if Mom and Pa ever meet either one of you, you'll be like Ken. My home is your home. Anytime you want to come visit, we have the best holidays, and Ma's, oh my God, Scream, you would love her carrot cake. And sometimes when Pa gets to it, he laces it with scotch.
Well, it's very kind of you to offer. It's a very generous thing for you to say, and I appreciate it.
Well, we're all family now, right? I hope you get to meet them someday. I think you'd like them, and I know they'd like you.
I think I would too.
I'd like that.
I'm sorry about your bear friend.
Death comes for everyone. It's sad, and I think of him all the time, but he went peacefully, and I know what he wanted was to be with his wife. He's happy where he's at now.
He seems very wise.
Yeah, when he wasn't crotchety about something.
Seems to me as though those last years would have been very different for him without you.
I like to think so, too. He liked to tell me I was a pest, but I think he liked me.
Well, I suppose it's very fitting with the rising of the sun.
Yep.
Nothing left for us here in this village.
Well, thanks for going on that journey with me. I thought I was going to feel, I don't know, intruded upon, but I feel closer to you guys now.
Let's take a page out of your good friend's book and begin to travel ourselves.
I agree. Let's do it.
It's the morning of, and it is a clear morning. You can see on the horizon that there is a cloud line starting to creep in, but you put your sledge on the path and you start to exit, and pretty quickly you're no longer walking on cobbled rock and ground and earth adjacent to a river. Pretty soon you are once again walking on a surface of ice. Let me just back up and make sure that everyone is comfortable that I'm pushing us forward.
Oh,
and
yeah.
you are entering
Go
the
for
trek.
Yep.
Barnabas would, if whatever...
For the sake of brevity,
When Yornir is
your
not
back keep
able to be a
floating.
pack animal or a caribou,
Always.
he will...
I guess, given that it's only once per short rest, I would say, Barnabas, most of the time it will be you and me.
What I expected, Mr. Urinir. Strap me in.
Kind of primitive.
I think I got a little bit more strength than a fancy reindeer, whatever you are.
And we'll start pulling the sledge up the river.
Are you walking on the river surface, or are you walking along the bedrock of the bed of the river?
Do I, based on what I know,
Edge.
Is the river so frozen solid that there's zero risk of falling through?
we're probably a sledge on the edge.
Yeah, that's my...
I'm on a sledge.
I think that if you know about, like, moving water and all of that, it's not going to be... It's never going to be reliable enough, probably.
Being on the river itself?
Yeah.
We would presume that they went
That's...
up the river.
But they have an
right?
actual boat.
No, they have like
Same
a
idea.
sand skipper with
It's like a
rails.
sled.
Yeah.
Two things while I'm... the trek for the first week after you leave the ruins of that settlement on the river are rather uneventful. The weather comes back, it's overcast, so nights when you would normally have sat around the campfire are spent in normal companionship. You just have conversations looking up at the sky. They're not opening up and suddenly lights are being revealed. It seems that this is an occurrence that only happens when there isn't snow or weather or precipitation, overcast clouds, that sort of thing. I assume that you are burning through the bonfire candles.
That's our source of fuel for now. So I have the stones. I was also going to keep track of it in my notebook as well.
Okay.
Just to make sure we don't get confused. So how many nights?
It is the 6th night that the weather finally clears up. And for the sake of brevity, we will bypass the normal Constitution save. What's happening?
Just mark up the food.
Oh.
Yes.
Mark up the food.
You will need to start subtracting food again. You will subtract bonfire candles. And it's a combination of the fact that you are eating, and even though, despite the cold, I will only make you roll 1 Constitution saving throw for everyone.
Do I need to roll yet?
DC is 10. You automatically succeed because you have cold resistance.
Did you say that it's 18 days, or it's 18 individual portions of ration?
I believe that I have said that a portion of ration is a day of ration. So it is both 18 days and 18
No,
portions.
I mean 18
For
days
the
for all of
sledge?
us? For the
Or
sledge.
is it 18 days, or is it only...
It's 18 slots. That's
Okay.
how many things you can, that we're simulating with the numbers on the sledge, right? And so you are taking off, oh, I see what you're asking.
Because is it 18
Are we
individual
subtracting
portions or is
5?
it 18 days?
Yeah, am I crossing off 5, or am I
One
using...
per day.
Yeah.
5
We'd
times
basically be
6 would be 30.
I think I can generously say that you are taking off you can remove 6
One
days,
Okay.
Perfect.
and I'll still be able to get you in trouble.
Okay. 6 days.
And I have 7 food on me as well.
Okay.
I know that's
So
fine.
once we run out of the sledge, we can figure out...
Figure out who's going.
yeah.
Okay.
And for the
Well, I figure
purposes of
once
my own
we
tracking,
well, what we could do is we took 6 off of there, so you could take the 3 out of my pack and add them there. You get what I'm saying?
Well, since we're doing days on these slots,
Oh,
we don't
you're
want to
right.
basically mix and match about the slots because Derek has been very generous.
I mean, I gave you guys a bucket of lard to eat.
Yeah.
Eat like an angel, play like a devil.
50. That counted as...
Lard.
That was 10 days worth, so yeah.
That's how I made my carnitas, was with lard.
But sure enough, this particular evening, it is finally a cloudless sky, and you look up, hopefully, optimistically, and it is later than usual, but glimmer of blue, a single strand, and then another serpent or a curtain weans in and merges with that one and combines this beautiful display of a show of light emerges, crossing the entire sky, obscuring the stars, coming up from over and behind the mountains, all the way to the horizon to the west. You are sitting around the campfire, and you know it may be time to share perhaps another story.
I'll look between that Scram and then Queenie, and I'll look at Yornir for like a millisecond. And then I'm gonna look at Taishan. Mr. Fireblossom,
Well, I suppose I could.
is your story miserable and depressing or terrifying or...
Yeah, I don't really want to cry. I'm not really in the mood.
Yeah, is yours perhaps I'm asking a little too much, but is yours a little bit more uplifting?
I think mine is actually quite nice.
Start talking.
Comparatively. Well, where to begin? I'm from the Jade Shell Village. None of you have ever been there, I'm sure. I had never been anywhere else.
I think I planted a flower there once.
Oh, well. So I suppose it's possible. It's really not possible. The Shrouded and Mist can't get there.
Taishan reveals that the Jade Shell Village was in what they called his community, his culture called the Valley of the Setting Sun. That it was beautifully surrounded by these tall, craggy mountains covered in lush green foliage, and beyond them was a mist, a veil that surrounded the entire outskirts of this large swath of land. Beautiful, bountiful, lush greenery in all directions, and tea fields certainly. But that they never were visited upon by strangers. They were an entirely enclosed and self-sustaining settlement.
Oh, you're right. That was J. Jail Village. Completely different place.
So there I was.
What was it like in your earliest memories? If you were to tell Taishan's story, how would you begin to tell the world of what it was like to grow up in Jade Shell?
It's hard to find a word to describe Jade Shell Village other than paradise. Everything was great. People were wonderful. It was everywhere was community. We took care of each other. We laughed. We lived with the animals, and it was beautiful.
What's the catch?
No catch.
Sure enough, as he's saying, no catch. The shift of blue transforms to this unbelievably deep, beautiful red, very similar to the red of the campfire coals that you're looking at, or of a sunset. And the curtains start to swing and swim down, and you brace yourself to be passengers on the journey of somebody's life, the journey of Taishan in the protected gold dragonborn village of the Valley of the Setting Sun, Jade Shell.
Well, I suppose, Barnabas, for a man of adventure such as yourself, you may think there is a catch. For me, I couldn't ask for anything more than where I came from. I loved my family, the people that were there, my tea shop, award-winning tea. You've sampled it yourself.
I'd give it an award.
You might find a lack of sea monsters to hunt. Would be a mark against it, but for us, it's kind of nice.
You're transported, and you're still listening to the story as Taishan begins to recall it. Little details, broad strokes. But now you're standing in the middle of a tea field. These beautiful, large, lush bushes with their many leaves, and a much younger Taishan standing there between the rows of this almost orchard-like field, picking each delicate leaf and capturing it, making sure that they'll be ready to ripen or be dried or processed, depending on what desired outcome of the product is wanting to achieve, whether it will be nourishing and reflective, or whether the tea will be bring you energy and start you up for the day. All of these thoughts are running through Taishan's mind as you look around, and you are enveloped by the beauty, the absolute stunning golden light of the sky, the mists flowing up and around, almost like a dome of protection around this beautiful space. And it's just Taishan and the four of you standing in these rows. That feeling of deja vu, Taishan, strikes you, and you suddenly realize what a strange experience it must be to be in the center stage, in the spotlight of what the light is providing, because you remember the smell. You are saturated with the serenity of this space, and you can breathe the fresh tea leaves. You feel your younger body that you are inhabiting now. What day is it? Where are you in your story? Your childhood, your teenage years are almost behind you, but what particular day do you recall? And as it occurs to you, you're still surprised and shocked by what happens next, which is the voice of Mei Ling jumping out from behind Mei Li, jumping out from behind one of the bushes. Back!
Mei Li!
Taishan! Uncle Taishan, hi! And a young golden dragonborn runs out from between the bushes and immediately grabs onto Taishan's waist.
What are you doing out here, Mei Li?
I thought I'd come help before we went to the tea shop to serve tea.
Oh, what a special morning it is.
Who are your friends?
I look at Barnabas, my eyes are wide, I'm like,
Taishan, this better be as stay as heartwarming as it is presently.
She looks, and she immediately looks at all four of you with intelligent eyes, as if it doesn't matter that you're strangers. The fact that you're with Taishan means you're already trusted friends. And she immediately looks at each one of you. Where did the pig come from?
You mean the pig?
No, I was talking to your friends, Uncle Pig. You're the pig.
Wow. She really savaged you there, Taishan.
Oh.
You're right, this is paradise.
You're super smart.
Thank you. My name is Mei Li. What's yours?
My name's Queenie March, but you can call me Queenie.
Hi, Queenie. I'm Mei Li.
Hi, Mei Li. You're taller than I am. Look at that.
Oh yeah. And she does a Superman pose and stares at you for a moment. It's like, we gotta get to the tea shop.
Yes, but first, a game. You see this one? He's extremely good with his hands.
Oh, I don't know.
He was just saying, as I was talking about you before you came up, that he thinks he could pick twice as much tea as you before morning brew.
Well, yeah, of course. I'm pretty good. I'm pretty quick.
Bet not.
Well, there's only one way to find out.
She grabs your tea bag that you've been using, the satchel that's hanging around over your shoulder, and immediately puts it on. You're on! Let's go!
All right, ready? Go!
And you guys start to race forward. Make a straight dexterity competition.
Oh, I let her just run off. I don't even try. I don't even know what tea looks like. I pluck a leaf.
It's a weed.
I'm not even gonna roll. I just let her go.
She turns her back and she's on one of these bushes and she's...
She looks back at me, I wave my one leaf. I got one.
You're gonna lose!
Yeah, no.
He's an ivy.
God, this is awful. Why are my hands in?
I won!
Is tea this itchy? Oh, wow, look at that. Unbelievable.
You're not very good at this.
Never could have seen that coming.
You wanna play another game?
Yes, I love games.
Uncle Pig, I bet you can't beat me, I bet you can't beat me to the shop. And she turns and she dashes and disappears through the bushes.
I chase off after her.
As soon as you take a step, you realize that when she hugged you, she tied your shoelaces together and you fall straight down into the hard bag.
I laugh face in the ground and just say, Mei Li, you incorrigible prankster.
And in a red curtain, you all flash, and you're in the tea shop that your family has owned for generations. That you are in behind the bar. And Taishan, for a moment, you are all alone. This is the first time, perhaps, in one of your visions where you are genuinely without the passengers that would normally be with you. And you remember this particular morning as being somewhat different. This is not the same moment that you would have raced Mei Li to. You would have, this was perhaps a few months later from that wonderful memory of her mischievous prankfulness. This is the morning that Mei Li is missing and does not come to work on time.
Taishan,
What are you doing?
Better not mean it.
That particular morning. Also, do you recall the name of your tea shop?
I do, yeah.
Okay, that's all. I just wanted, if should you say "Welcome to Blank," that you'll be able to say it.
Yeah.
Thank you for the resub, Snuggie.
Hey, Snuggie!
The legendary dragon.
Yeah, the legendary dragon. We're in a valley of dragons, so it's actually perfect that you came up for this moment.
Quite timely. I would be at the bar fixing tea, potentially going through a ritual of washing one of the teapots to prepare it for a new brew, to kind of cleanse it out of anything that was in before. But starting to wonder where where Melee is.
Yes.
It's weird. She would be here by now.
It was as these thoughts were occurring to you that the first customer of the morning arrives. It's early, and you finished just barely your preparations for the morning rush. And in your original memory, and as you were telling the story, you remember that this was the morning that Chun Ho showed up. He was full of doubt. He had just told the girl that he liked that he wanted to meet with her, and she'd agreed, but he was terrified that she was lying or that she wouldn't show or that something would happen. But instead, you turn to greet this customer as the bell rings and Barnabas walks in. Barnabas, you are full.
Okay, Derek, give it a game.
Welcome to the Serenity. Oh, Barnabas, my friend.
You are full of doubt in this moment.
Mr. Fire Blossom,
Barnabas.
I don't think I can do this.
What weighs on you?
What I'm saying is that you know what we talked about?
No.
You're a terrible listener.
What? I've never been accused of that before. I'm sorry?
I'm supposed to meet with you-know-who. I hope you know you. This is your memory, not mine.
Barnabas is leaning in and being like, I think I'm someone else in this moment. This is very strange, but I am full of doubt. And you remember how you remedied Chun Ho's doubts in that moment. What possible solution could you have in a tea shop?
I can't go through with it.
You're the surest man I know.
I know. I'm fine going toe-to-toe with the Leviathan, but I get nervous around girls.
Please. Enjoy a cup of calming tea, and by the time you're at the bottom of it, all will be right again.
So I'll be calm when she rejects me.
She won't reject you.
Of course she will. Everyone always does.
Barnabas, no one has rejected you, and no one will. Not in Jade Shell. Enjoy your tea.
All right. Perhaps this magic tea that will make sure that she finds me very attractive and charming and heroic.
Yeah, it's really good. Drink the tea.
And as soon as you take a sip, Taishan's like, you fucking...
Drink the goddamn tea.
You take a sip, and it nourishes you, and you feel your doubts washed away. Who knows what might come in the future, but why doubt? Why not face it with an open heart? Because perhaps what is best is to be ready and for anything, and to have confidence in oneself. And you leave the unnamed tea shop in this moment.
You said it was a serenity.
Feeling
of the god.
Feeling the wisdom of Taishan's words and the unbelievable medicinal aspects of the quality of this tea being what it is.
I suddenly worked through all of my abandonment trauma.
All because of a cup of tea.
Who would have thought all it took was stopping by this tea shop? Taishan, you are a miracle worker, lad.
The power of the Serenity. Thank you for stopping by.
Oh, thank you for having me, Mr. Fireblossom. I'll be back this time tomorrow.
It was truly my honor.
Oh, I hope so, and this better not turn into some horrible invasion, and if Melee does not show up, I swear I will kill everyone in this village and then myself. Good day, sir! And I will leave.
The confident Barnabas I know.
So I fucked up as a DM, is what I will say. I should have made your near doubt, and Barnabas, you were actually anger. So you guys are going to play reverse roles, and I just want to prepare you.
I thank you for giving me this opportunity. For character
You
development.
really got this trick
And rage.
It ended up working really well, but
Keep it
I
a
just
game,
want...
Derek.
Yeah, I had to tap into an unknown side of myself, yeah.
That being said, Instead, as you leave, another gentleman enters, and you remember, Taishan, that this was when Wen showed up, and he couldn't stop talking about the despair that he had, thinking that the peace in the valley has been going on for centuries, and that it would it only is another day before it ends, before it's all over, before everything turns horrible, before the mists disappear and this protected golden wonderful utopia is destroyed. He is full of this deep level of despair, and when you turn to see the door open, it does in fact open, but you can't see the person who walks in over the countertop. Scrim, you've all you can see is the top of a hat approach the T-bar.
Welcome to the Serenity.
You are full of despair in this moment.
Oh no.
Scrim, is that you?
Oh, Taishan. Oh, buddy. No, we're doomed.
No, come on up to the counter.
I can't see over it.
Well, we have seats.
All right, give me a minute. Oh, no.
Please, let me fix you a cup of tea. What's happened? What ails you so?
It's all over. It's been peaceful for so long. I mean, how can this possibly keep going on? It can't. I'll tell you, it can't. It's going to end at any moment.
Scrim, where is this coming from?
We're all gonna die. We're all gonna die alone and naked. The way we came into this world is how we're going out.
I've never known you to accept anything but boundless hope.
That doesn't sound anything like me.
That's the Scrim I've always known from the pits of prison, where we escaped together off the back of your ideas. If you had lost hope in that moment, we would be in the ground.
We're gonna die. We're gonna die.
Drink
It's all
the tea.
over. Drink the tea? Do you have any brandy?
I could put some peppers in it.
Anything with an alcohol content? It's just not. It's just tea. It doesn't really.
It'll help.
Taishan, you go back and you think about the tea that you've set in front of him. It's the wrong tea for this moment. You pull out what you think would be right for Scrim in this moment. A slightly different combination. You pull these particular leaves. You know the steep it for 2 minutes and not one. It needs to be slightly stronger. You let it pull in, and as despairful as Scrim is, you set down what you think is going to be the right solution.
No.
Scrim.
No.
Scrim.
What?
Take this. This is exactly what you've asked for.
What's the point?
The point is to enjoy life.
Oh, all right. Bottoms up. I'll knock it all back.
It's very hot.
It's hot and spicy.
Why are you warming? This is what I'm talking about. We have no hope.
And yet, as the fire makes its way down your esophagus, as it enters your chest, you're not focused on despair anymore. You're focused on raw pain. And you realize that it's fighting you yet. That if you can feel this level of pain, that you are alive, and that there is still fire in you.
That's right.
Not just in your mouth and in your stomach, but in your spirit. And you leave the tea shop.
You know what, Taishan? This has been really good. I'm a little worried about what's going to happen later when it comes out the other end. But, I feel the fire in my heart.
I knew that was the one for you.
All right, I'm leaving.
In this moment, the door jingles a second time. Almost immediately, as soon as the door closed, it opens again. And you turn, expecting to see Jiang, who you recall was afraid for his son Wu Jin, in that he was growing up dishonorably. that he puts his ambitions ahead of family and health, and that he's not doing what's right for himself and for his family, for his community, that he's on the wrong path. But when you turn, instead you see two floppy ears start to make their way towards the tea bar, and you recognize this to be your friend Queenie.
So, I just want to make sure I understand this. So this person is afraid of what?
Afraid in general, and afraid in this particular person was afraid for their family. But in this moment, as with Barnabas and with Scrim, you're very much a representation of this aspect.
Who's that? Who the fuck was that? I hear you back there. Where the fuck? Oh, hey, Taishan.
It's just me. I don't know, maybe some water is running. I don't know. How are you?
You better not have left the water on.
I mean, I could check now if it would. Why don't you sit on up at the bar?
You hear that? Taishan, is there someone standing behind me right now?
No.
Are you sure I can feel its breath on my neck, Taishan?
So sure.
Taishan, look me in the eye right now.
It's just me and you.
I can feel its breath on my neck.
Queenie, where is this coming from?
Behind me.
That's just not the case. it's just not true.
It's hot, wet breath's on my neck. I'm gonna reach back. I'm gonna grab it, alright?
Okay.
Oh, it's gone! God, that fucker's fast!
This isn't exactly the problem you remember dealing with Jiang, but
This is the
I'm used to rabbits
adaptation of
It's like
suddenly a woolly mammoth kicks the door in.
But it is a wild experience to know that, as opposed to the foreign lands that you found yourself in Wuzhe and on the sea and in Drakkar now, that here you've got all the tools to solve all your problems. Just behind you is a wealth of tea knowledge that, should you apply a pinch of this and a smattering of that, that perhaps you might be able to resolve this fear.
What are you doing?
I'm getting you the most
You're
delicious
getting me
cup
what?
of tea you've ever had.
You're not gonna walk away, are you? You're not gonna leave me in here alone?
I'm right at the bar. I'm right in front of you still.
Because I can't look behind me right now.
I've just turned from where I was. I've just turned. I haven't moved any additional distance from you to get the tea that's right visibly behind me that you can see. And I'm crafting a perfect cup.
Just keep telling me what you're doing right now.
Okay.
You keep your hands where I can see them.
This is a little bit of fire magnolia.
Is that poison you got in there?
No, we don't carry that here. That wouldn't make any sense at the Serenity.
All right.
Okay, here we go. Some other stuff is in here, but it's not poison.
Taishan, I need to shut up.
No.
Did you hear that, Taishan?
Queenie,
Yeah.
what are you afraid of?
There's something behind me.
Queenie, when we
I can hear its heart beating.
when we
And
were
it's actually my foot tapping in fear. Do you hear that? Do you hear that? Oh my god, it's getting closer. It's getting faster,
Queenie,
Taishan.
the only thing I hear is your foot tapping.
Oh. It's going.
Why
It's
don't
still
you get your paws around
You
this?
take a sip of that first. I ain't trying it.
Oh,
You ain't gonna fool me, Taishan.
it's
You put
not
poison in
made
that?
for me.
You
We don't
gotta-
have poison here. That's very offensive.
Well, if you don't have poison, then you take a drink of it first and show me it ain't gonna kill you.
Okay.
Very offensive.
Open your mouth, make. I see it's in there. Well, swallow it. Can you swallow it? No, swallow with your lips open.
Something about this makes you filled with trust, even though you
All
are
right, I'll drink it.
full of fear.
All right, but slowly. It is hot tea.
Well, I feel fine. Well, thanks for the tea, Taishan. I'll see you later. I'm gonna turn around and walk out.
You rocket through the
The
door.
worst customer ever. Shrew shuffle right out.
Okay.
And as soon as she leaves, you find yourself alone again, and you are reminded of the seriousness of this morning, and the fact that Mei Li is still not shown up for work, despite the fact that Morning Rush is come and gone. You've served 3 whole customers in this rush, and that's when the bell jingles, and you look turning to see if Mei Li has come. No,
Mei Li? Oh.
it's not. It is.
Oh, it's yours.
It would have been Su Jung.
Just come in here.
Su Young was furious that his garden had been trampled by some kids at play the previous night.
God.
And he came in stomping around, just full of fire in his belly, really, really angry, ready to lash out at anything, ready to just wring his hands around those that he considered to be his enemies.
I
And
can't wait for you to do it in your voice.
Yornir, the calmest person in the universe, that I definitely chose for this roleplay prompt.
It's just a ball of rage.
It's a ball of rage. Slams the door open.
Welcome to the Serenity. Oh, Yornir.
Hello, Taishan.
Hello. Whoa, calm down. Would you like to come up to the
Feeling
counter?
very upset right now.
Yornir.
Yes.
What is weighing on you, sir? What is upsetting you?
The scarlet rage that wells within my being, just like pools of poison, spilling from every orifice of my being. I'm gonna throw up. I cannot contain it.
Sure enough, Taishan. This is the most upset you've ever seen. He seems furious. A quiet storm ready to rain down.
He's frothing.
Yornir, my friend.
Yes.
I have never seen you so with wild emotions exploding out in every direction.
I'm filled with loathing.
Please.
I'm surrounded by.
Have a seat.
Yes, I should sit down. You're right.
Yes, let me fix you something. While you tell me what angers you so.
I'm surrounded by worthless beings. They believe that they are full of ability, but no, they do not. They lack years and they lack experience, and it makes me full of the rage of 10,000 suns, which I cannot express properly. Scrim, he's the worst.
Unhooked my jaw.
Short-lived, with the experience of half his years, no wisdom at all. And the rest of them, you included, I guess. I hate your guts, Taishan.
You've heard this kind of angry talk before, and you know that when you're in this level of rage, when you're fighting this level of anger, you tend to see things just to hurt. That it's just about the fight and the rage itself, not about any particular thing. It's lashing out in all directions. And you remember it was exactly the same brew that you made Su Young about his garden. That would be the right remedy for this moment for Yornir.
Yornir, please. Take a drink of this.
This resolved my unending fire within my being.
No, that I think is permanent now. This is a permanent change from this memory.
Well, this tea looks fine. if you're capable of it.
Just remember, you are a force of the natural world. Everything has its place, and everyone their purpose.
Each sip soothes the savage beast, and you have an awareness now that that rage felt extremely unnatural, a little embarrassed perhaps even, but you are at peace now because this tea has done exactly what it intended to do, cleansed your soul of the malicious hate that you were filled with previously.
Oh, Taishan. I feel serenity. Well, I get it.
Oh,
Thank you.
Yornir, my friend, I'm glad you're back to yourself. That outburst of emotions was so uncharacteristic.
I don't have any money to pay for this. I'll admit.
We actually don't use money in Chill Village. No,
You don't?
probably not.
No, they would have come in for the tea, and it was truly self-sustaining in almost a utopia-like way. Coming in for a glass of tea meant that there'd be milk on the doorstep the next morning from the person who put the tea in for a very cyclical community, and balanced in such a way that it was undisturbed by those kinds of forces, despite the growing and shrinking of the community over many generations, seemingly endless peace and endless serenity.
Well, thank you. I appreciate this free tea. Goodbye. Just turn it off.
Yornia doesn't make it even to the door. You are all swept away.
Thank you for your
by the-
patronage!
You all witness as passengers along this journey, along this place. By the way, thank you everyone for that joy. Man, I should do roleplay prompts more often. The next week is filled with a growing panic in Taishan. You close the shop and you don't feel motivated to open it the next day. Instead of treating your customers like you would on any other day, because Mei Li is gone, you go to her home. She hasn't been home. You start to search and seek and try and find where Mei Li could possibly have gone. You go to the outskirts of town. You ask neighbors. You ask anyone who will talk to you. And third day, fourth day, fifth day passes. You're struggling to sleep. You are filled with dread. That honestly, there's something wrong. That could she have been hurt in some way? Did she try to leave and she'll never be back? How could it be that no one knows, that no one's discovered her, that there's been no news? It seems impossible to you. Your family doesn't know. Everyone is worried. What do you do in this moment when you finally make a radical choice?
I would pack up my stuff, get everything, my personal teapot, a couple of tea leaves.
This would have been a ceramic teapot.
Yeah,
And
like kind of
you're one of the bread and butter ones, perhaps from the Serenity Tea Shop that you manage. You take your walking stick, any other of the other personal effects that you would want.
I've never really been out on an adventure before, so I don't know quite what I want to take, like the right things. I'd take maybe like an extra pair of pants and nothing beyond that.
It's like whenever you pack for a vacation and you take like 16 pairs more underwear than you actually need.
Yeah.
Because you just assume like, what if I shit myself every day?
So like when Rich is packing for a con.
Yeah, but then the chances are good. Yeah.
I always get home and I'm like, I have 14 pairs of fucking underwear that I didn't wear. What was I thinking?
So I would gather everything together. A couple of the things that bring me comfort. You know, I'm I'm kind of freaking out in this time, but I know that my only choice is to go out and look for Melee and find her out in the wilds. I would, as I'm heading out, I would go to the tea shop. I would unlock the door, and I'd leave a note on it that just says, "The Serenity will always be open for those who need it." And I'll leave.
He watches, and you join him. You walk with and in his footsteps. Taishan goes to the edge of the village, and there's a long path leading to these great tall mountains, bathed in mist. This beautiful white, golden, silvery mist, and it's rising up from seemingly nowhere. It's almost like this valley is encompassed in one of those, what is the word for the glass enclosures where you put like all of the things that you need for a complete ecosystem?
Terrarium?
Thank you. It's almost like a terrarium,
Oh,
and
the
he is
biodome.
crossing
Sorry,
through the
That's in
threshold
Arizona.
for the first time.
Biodome 2.
With your walking stick, you make your way. With your heavy burden pack, you make your way, and you reach the foot of one of these mountains, and you remember both the hope that you felt to find Mei Li, that you were determined to make this happen in this moment. And now, because your memory is doubled, you're reliving this moment. You remember the treacherous climb in front of you. How are you feeling in this moment? What are you doing?
Mei Li's not lost. She's merely hiding. I just have to find her. And I will. And I'd feel like hopeful, but like, you know, there'd be an edge of maybe I won't. Maybe I won't find her. Like, what does that even mean?
Taishan, you told me not to doubt. You better not have a shred of doubt in your voice about finding Mei Li. I warn you.
I don't doubt, Barnabas. I'll find her. I hope.
And you all make your way, starting to spiral around the thick of this mountain. These are mountains that push up from the ground, and some of them connect certainly, but they're these like large, like almost arms or pillars. And Taishan has chosen for himself the tallest one, perhaps to see the greatest distance and maybe spot where Mei Li could possibly have gone. And making his way up, Taishan, you remember encountering a jump that you didn't think that you could make. That you decided that it wasn't as easy to make it from one side to the other, that you would go the long way around. Confronted with this jump again, do you make the same choice?
Yes.
You turn and you take the party with you. The same path that you remember walking before, and it is sturdy, confident. It takes a bit longer, but you make your way up the mountain. Then you remember this particular cliffside. Winds blow and howl as you step onto the very thin ridge clamped up against the wall, against the mountainous wall. And you remember feeling a lot of trepidation about this. Doing it again now, do you feel those same feelings?
Yes, I'm afraid. I don't want to fall.
And as you are just at the end of that terrifying precipice, finally free of the fear of falling, your walking stick, you remember this so clearly, fell from your hand, and you watched it shatter on the rocks at the very bottom. And in this moment, in the original version, you were furious at the loss. How do you feel this time?
Confused. All the elements standing against me to find Mei Li. Can't even keep on Can't even hold something in my hand.
And finally, you remember shaking away that anger and trudging up the final journey of the final steps of this journey up to the top of the mountain and reaching the flat top, where you would be able to see the horizon in all directions. The sight a gold dragonborn like yourself from this culture, from this part of the world, hasn't seen perhaps in centuries. And instead of beholding beauty, and instead of feeling triumphant, there is no Mei Li. She's nowhere to be seen in this moment.
Mei Li!
You cry out and expect what comes next. What did come next in that moment? Do you recall?
The four winds.
From the east, from the west, from the south, from the north, you remember, and you're describing it, and you're all sitting around the campfire listening intently as this life story seems to be reaching its peak. You remember the four winds blasting you from all directions, and from the sky, the clouds, the mists themselves seeming to part, and a massive, beautiful gold dragon swirled into view. But that does not happen at this particular moment. The gold dragonborn who tells you he oversees the Valley of the Setting Sun does not make himself known, make an appearance in this doubled vision. Instead, you are standing with your four companions at the top of this valley. You are not greeted by the gold dragon that would imbue you with the power to cross the veil and begin traveling the worlds of and lands of Avantris, to have that confidence, to hear your story and listen. Fu Zhao does not arrive in this moment. Your, for lack of a better word, your patron, person who believed in you and told you to go out and defeat doubt, defeat fear, defeat anger, defeat despair. Is it because you made the same choices in this memory? No, maybe not. Maybe so. It's confusing, but you look to the east, you look to the west, you look to the south, you look to the north. Those winds are not blowing. Instead, you stand in the center of this mountaintop, looking just at the faces of your four friends. What are you all doing? What are you doing, Taishan?
This isn't right. Fu Zhao. Fu Zhao appeared now and gave me the strength to find Mei Li.
What is Fu Zhao?
Fu Zhao is the spirit god of our land, progenitor.
Wow.
Started our race of Dragonborn on this island, existed to protect us. He awakened something within me at the top of this mountain.
How long ago did that happen? I mean, did you ever find your niece? What leads you to think that she's here? Why this? Tell me!
I sought out if she wasn't anywhere. I didn't know. I don't hunt. I wasn't an adventurer before. I don't know that I am now. But I knew I had to find her. There was no path but forward. And it was then I met Fu Zhao, and he awakened a strength within me that I used to reunite with Mei Li, eventually. And he's not here.
All right, okay, yeah, that's fine. We can continue on with this. Mei Li's fine. Oh!
The last time you made the trek up to this mountain, he ignited that within you. But this time, that's been a flame for years. He doesn't need to show up and ignite it because it's already burning, Taishan.
But what could it mean? In everyone else's vision, Scrim was helped. Barnabas was challenged, or something changed. I'm just abandoned.
Well, perhaps, a woolly rhino, a large beast, cannot fly. Perhaps somewhere down the mountain somewhere. We look down and see, you might see a woolly rhino trying to climb up.
Hold on, you guys get there way faster than I did. I didn't know this was such a steep incline.
You see it trying to make its way across the precipice and just tumble down.
I'm not gonna lie, I thought that the woolly rhino was going to be one of the patrons in the tea shop. That's what I was expecting.
I'd like a dirty child, please. Rooibos tea, please.
Holy fuck.
Morning.
You do retell the events that lead up to Mei Li being returned to you by Fu Zhao after imbuing you with power, and also gifting her with dragon glass. Literal obsidian that he produces, and you remember that she turns that into the teapot that you now travel with. Not a simple and obvious ceramic pot, but now something that gives you power and is perfect in nearly every way, despite being made by a kid.
She's very skilled.
She accidentally nailed it. You know how that can be, and but true enough, the four winds have been replaced with nothing in this moment. You are being swept back to your lives. You are still transcendently here, but for perhaps another moment, you stare just into the friends that you have and think on the wisdom that Fu Zhao tried to impart upon you, and try to come to some conclusion about what this could possibly mean, knowing that everyone's memories are themselves being adjusted, modified, twisted, or perhaps conveying some message.
So you found her. She was returned to you.
After I encountered Fu Zhao at the top of that mountain, I went back home, and she was there waiting for me.
Did she ever say what happened? Where she went?
No?
Did she not remember?
Are you sure it's her? Not some kind of horrible abomination pretending to be Mei Li? I don't know what came over me. I felt really scared for a second.
You were quite afeared. But...
No, but I'm serious.
Oh, about the horrible abomination?
Yeah, how do you know it's her?
Well, I raised her, so...
Oh, so she knew all, like, the secret handshakes and stuff.
Yeah. She knew how to make tea. Really good tea. Abominations don't do that.
You know, I wasn't believing what you were saying, but that is a fair point.
I don't know what it was. It was my great shame in searching for her. Many of the moments I had, I knew that minutes could mean the difference between finding her and bringing her home and not finding her, but there were times, choices I was pressed up against, and I took the long way. I paused across the precipice. I let doubt in my abilities and fear for my own safety slow me down from finding her. But I never gave up.
You realize that you have been swept back. As you're finishing your story, and as you say those words, you're no longer standing on a mountaintop in the beautiful valley of the setting sun. You are standing on a riverbank in the frozen solitude of this Dracaran land. And it is morning. You enjoy a long rest. You all enjoy a long rest, except for Yornir. And the trek continues.
I think it is meaningfully important that you did not see that woolly rhino.
I mean, I would agree. I just don't know what it could possibly mean.
It rescued you.
It did?
What did it do for you?
It was trapped in the
It was
guts.
trapped, and you needed to save it. It left me a note, but I don't remember what the note said.
There was a picture of a mountain.
I don't read pictures. That's why I don't remember what it said. It was a picture of a mountain. Then, in your dream, we're on a mountain. Were the mountains, God of the world, were those mountains similar in any way?
I don't think that they would have been particularly similar.
Those mountains weren't similar in any way, so I don't think they're related. But then, absence.
The anachronistic real life analog would be like the beautiful like Chinese mountains that just lift up from like completely flat fields and plains and into the sky, and these tremendous towers, a very unusual geological formation.
But the one in Queenie's note was just like a regular old mountain.
Yeah, that was more of a like this. That was more like a honestly like the
Like
Nightmare Before Christmas mountain.
Perfect.
We don't know what to think.
Well, I don't think we have all the pieces yet.
Well, I feel a lot better, so I think it's safe to say that these lights have reached out to help us.
Oh, yeah,
And
it's
you
true.
were right. Yours was the best story.
It really
so
was.
far.
Thank you for not
I
pulling
wanna
a bait and
visit.
switch. Thank you
Can
for
you
not.
take us there? I want to meet Mei Li.
I would love to bring you all
Oh,
home.
that'd be awesome.
I would love to truly be able to serve you a cup of warming tea from my shop.
I'd like that for sure.
It's weird the tug that happens in your chest, in your heart, in your soul when you talk about, gosh, I'd love to visit, because the sober reality of the blowing winds, the ice, the snow around you, it's getting colder. New storm, fresh storm is approaching. This one particular clear night being an allowance for Taishan being what it is. You are immediately reminded that that would be not just a luxury because of the beauty you beheld in this vision, but it would be another reminder that you are beyond this brutal place.
Well, perhaps the last of these 5 experiences will put the last piece together.
If it is to come, yes. We should continue.
Can you lower your voice? You don't need to be so angry this morning. We just woke up.
Apologies. Did not mean to raise my voice.
And we continue.
To be fair, I don't think we actually ever went to sleep.
Yes and no. And you continue to trek onward. Yornir, you must endure almost 3 more weeks before you see another clear sky. 20 days go by before you're sitting around a campfire that is meaningfully important. Now, what I will say is that you are starting to see signs of life. You are not without just the fish. There are the occasional Arctic fox.
Oh, kill him.
You see ermine.
Oh,
You
kill
see Arctic lemmings.
We're
They're like weasels.
They're like snow weasels. They're very
They're
aggressive.
super cute, and they have great fur. It's really soft.
And you're making gloves now. You're using your needles. I want to skip all of the simulation of survival so that we can very quickly
What?
get through those 20 days.
You want to skip simulation
Yeah, so
of
we're going to pick
survival?
up where you are with the things that you have without any fucking subtraction and stuff, because we'll do the math calculation next at the beginning of next session.
That makes sense to me.
And I will be able to do that math with you to make sure that we're in a happy place, because we're going well past 20 days after this night.
Oh, wow. Okay.
But enduring the snow, watching it drop to -30, -40 degrees, having it climb back up, the occasional beautiful day, even though it's overcast, of 0, 5, or 10 degrees in the positive direction, is just a wonderful bath of warmth before plunging again into these wintry climes. It's night, and for the first time you're looking at the stars and going, oh please, oh please, oh please. The blue, shimmering light appears for perhaps the final time. You look up into the sky, Yornir, and you know there's just about one story left to tell. How do you begin to tell the story of your life.
My story is long. I will not tell it all. I am from Yorn. It is a peninsula in the southwestern part of Mimut, the northernmost continent. And I am, as you know, a Firbolg. A secluded race with ties to the Feywild, but we live in our strongholds and we do not leave. From a young age, I felt a connection to the land, more so than others. And a connection. And so I invested in that connection. Began my craft, my shamanism. Our faith is that of the old faith. We worship the Triad, the Northern Triad, the three old gods. They are revered around the moot, and that was not unusual. But it was my connection to my druidism that was unique. It didn't seem right to stay in a stronghold my entire long life and stay secluded in a single forest. I'm from the fjords. You know what a fjord is?
Don't.
I've sailed in the fjords of a moat.
Large, deep valleys carved by glaciers many, many years ago. And so high up on these cliffs, this beautiful land, I felt a calling to practice my craft everywhere in the moot. I felt that pull, like the moot itself, was calling me. So I decided to wander. I would spend a summer helping a pod of seals get through a fish shortage. I might spend the fall trying to cure a forest being afflicted by a blight. And in the winter, I might build a hut on the outskirts of Man Village and act as their medicine man. But I became known throughout these remote villages as the one from Yorn, or Yorni. This is why they call me this. And I didn't know that what I was doing was druidism or being a shaman. It was just my craft is what I did. And then my reputation attracted a visitor. And I was inducted into a circle. Circle is a group of druids or shaman that practice together. Still solitary, but I was inducted into the Circle of the Broken Tusk. Secretive, but very devout group of druids. And our job was to defend the land, protect the animals, the plants, the peoples of the moot, and to worship the old faith and keep our holy holidays. I'll skip the many, many decades that I spent doing this.
I thought I was old.
The lichen green curtains have swept you up already. Captivated as you are, Yornir might say, I'll skip. And he does. He says that right there as you surround the campfire, thinking about what his early life was like, what his winter's end was like, the spring of his life. Midsummer, the first day of summer. Being a medicine man on the outskirts of a town might not just be for a winter. Yornir has lived many, many decades. And there were times when he'd come to a village or a town and say hello to a group of people and say goodbye to their grandkids. Only to move on and continue to become this myth. The man from Yorn, this medicine man who, over those many decades, perfected through intuition alone their druidism, their ability to see, their ability to connect with nature itself, and in the conversations that fly past you, hard to make out. You don't always understand the language being spoken, but you understand the meaning. Sharing knowledge of herbalism, sharing druidic symbols, runic magic, giving and taking equally amongst the Order of the Broken Tusk. And it becomes all so real for you, solidified, walking in the shoes of a man who is of Mammoth.
What began my pilgrimage was on midwinter, one of the holiest holidays of my faith. I was making my pilgrimage to the northernmost circle of standing stones, the circle of the mammoth, when a blizzard rolled in. I am never surprised by weather. I can tell in my bones what the weather will do, but this I did not expect.
You are, all four of you, waylaid by this blizzard. You are struck by the powerful winds, cold, that you are very familiar with now, having lived in Drakkar for perhaps 2-3 months now. You are swept up by the downpour, the whiteout, but Yornir knows where to go, and all you can do is just stay about a few feet behind him as he starts to make his way. Through these visions that you've experienced, through this impossibly long and almost eternal story, his eyes are both unchanged. This is a quality that you see in Yornir that is very different from the visage of Yornir that you've come to know. One eye being damaged, but the other being intact. He almost looks like a young man. Like when you see a photograph of a friend that you from before when you met them, like they're not totally done yet. This is the impression that you get of Yornir, and he is determined to make it to this circle of stones, to this to the Mamushan cairns, so to speak. This circle that was holy to the Order of the Broken Tusk. And you push through the storm and find yourself standing there at the precipice, looking down at a horror.
I reached the circle of stones, but I was late. I knew I was late. What I found was that those of my order that came there that same day were all dead. Slaughtered. I assessed their wounds. I could tell they were gored, trampled to death by a mammoth. the holiest of the animals to our order. And that's when I heard it. Heard a trumpet in the blizzard outside the stone. I looked and I heard the stamping of feet, and charging me was the mammoth that had killed my circle.
You're all standing now, and you're filled with this deja vu and this sense of dread, remembering how quickly things would progress as soon as you started to hear that horn, that trampling, and you're listening for it, waiting to see if things should change or if things should remain the same. What are you all doing in these moments of trepidation?
I would probably hide behind Yornir a bit, and like tug on your cloak and. How could this have happened? How could they have not known that the mammoth was here? You can sense the weather, couldn't you not sense the animals?
No, I could not sense it. This was outside the natural order. This was outside nature.
We've, at this point, faced a scary dog, crippling sadness, and sea monsters together in these stories. Surely a mammoth is not going to be a problem for the five of us.
I'm gonna walk up to Yornir and I'm gonna reach up and grab onto your hand. I'm sorry that I'm sorry you had to see the people that you care about go through this. I'm sorry you had to feel all this. And that you had to feel powerless. It must have been scary.
It was uncertain, but I knew that if this was the fate of my circle, then I presumed it would be my fate as well. And I was ready to accept that.
You can see Yornir there alone. In the original version of this event, surrounded by the violenced bodies of his friends, the people he would have called friends, and the sound of a trampling, huge beast in this whiteout condition. Visibility is zero. Looking all around, it's impossible to tell the echoing reverberation of these footfalls from what direction it's coming from. And before you see this looming shape emerge out of the snow, it's too late. A woolly rhino is already upon you. Not the mammoth that you expected, corrupted in the way that it was in your original vision, but instead a whole woolly rhino bursts forward through the blizzard and gores your face with its horn. Your eye is crushed by this impact, and before you can get in the way or help your friend Yornir, he is injured, pushed down to the ground, and all goes to the black. The four of you see this happen, and you'll be back in a moment. But for Yornir, you experience something like what you experienced the first time. A vision of a catastrophe, but it is a very different vision in this moment. You're flying. You're in the sky, all like a hawk or an owl, flapping through the wind, flying over not Mammoth, but the realm of Drakkar. You can see the mountains, the cliffs, the icy glaciers in all directions. Every blink, when you close your eyes, instead a new vision swims down, showing you just the terrain itself. Vast forests of aspen trees, of spruce, of pine, massive mountains covered in snow, rocky tundra dotted with shrubs and flowers of all colors, a vast field of tall, tawny grass filled with herds of enormous beasts pushing through. You're hurtling now, faster than any bird or animal could possibly travel. You are flying like a comet that is about to strike the earth, and just as you are about to arrive and land into the ground and crush, you shatter through it, and you see a new vision. Now you are as small as a snowflake. In fact, smaller. You're standing on the surface of a snowflake, looking all around in all directions. You're falling and standing on its spinning form like you might an ice floe drifting in the middle of a body of water. Huge crystals float and swim all around you in their geometric forms. There is no sky, there is no earth. You are in free fall. The crystals have these wild, irregular, asymmetric shapes, arms twisted in this direction, structures, and they're filled with beautiful prismatic color until they begin to corrupt. Branches that grow and twist, others that fall away. The variety of these crystals, all of them are made the same, made symmetrical, made uniform, made perfect. Their color dulls, and you're filled with shared dread. Shared with what, you're uncertain, but you are filled with fear and horror and panic. You see dead beasts now, creatures being scattered across the land, falling apart from decay. You see the trees themselves straighten into smooth, perfect pillars before crumbling to dust. You see mountains topple, leveling themselves to impossibly perfect flat plains. The clouds lose their natural shapes, taking on geometric ones like prisms. You see the stars in the sky themselves twist and warp into perfect patterns, a matrix of stars that are evenly spaced apart and share parallel light. These images strike you as alien and strange, an affront to nature itself, and the dread you feel roils within you into drowning panic. Your heart feels as though it might burst through your chest, and in a cold sweat, you jolt back to the circle of the mammoth, joining the others.
You alright?
You look at Yornir. He's injured. The woolly rhino has seemingly vanished. For you, time seems to have stopped and started blankness for just a moment. Your eye is now missing. It glows with a brilliant blue light, making sharp contrast with the thin trail of red now flowing down your cheek.
This is not how it happened, as you might expect.
Yeah, color me surprised.
I saw a vision.
You mean that time or this time?
Both times, different visions.
What did you see?
When it happened in reality, it was a mammoth. The broken tusk, right tusk, gored me here. As you can see, ruined my eye. But in that vision I saw a sunless sea, a deep abyss, a colossal orange eye, thousands of putrid fish heads gibbering as one, millions of teeth in the darkness. Then it flashed the bursting ice, crumbling fjords, birds and beasts, covered in eyes, tentacles, chitinous appendages. Then I was given vision of an Arctic land that wasn't Namut. It wasn't home. It was a different Arctic land. This is why I'm here. This is why I've come all this way. But in this vision, I saw perfection in a sixth sense. I saw the land of Drakkar first, but then I saw prismatic shapes and symmetry which does not exist in nature. It exists in some ways, but not ways you would think. I saw beasts dying of corruption. I saw mountains crumbling and flattening themselves. I saw nature being twisted into order and perfect symmetry.
You're still around the campfire, but you're also still here in the circle of the mammoth. The snow is subsiding. Just howling winds now. Melts away almost in an instant, as if time is moving now very quickly. And in the center of the circle, you see the bleached bones of the woolly rhino. As if it has been decaying here for years and tanned by the sun itself. The snow is gone, the party, you all, you see the tip of the horn of this rhino is broken. And from inside of it, impossibly, endless blood starts to pool out, spilling out, and covering the surface of the stone circle, and filling each of the cracks, joining and merging, disappearing and flooding over. It continues to pool out. It continues to grow out, soaking into the lichen that covers the earth and stone around. Does anyone do anything?
I don't know what to make of any of this.
Is this real? What's happening, Mr. Yornir?
Did the mammoth do this?
Use your seeing.
No, the mammoth did not do this. Wait, so is this in like reality, or are we still like in the circle?
You are at the campfire telling the story of Yornir, and yet you are also here experiencing this doubled vision where you can share the details of what actually happened, and yet, just like with all the other visions, there are these modifications, this additional voice that's trying to push and twist things in this direction, in this way. And you're struck by the uniqueness of this vision, by the fact that it is nothing like what happened the first time. That mammoth, you were able to find it killed, and you woke up to that moment after you saw the vision and when your eye was gored, and that is why you wear its tusks on your back. Even in this moment, as you were sitting on this campfire, you could reach up and touch them. But right now, you are not looking at a mammoth. You are looking at this rhino, its tusk broken and spilling out an impossible, disgusting amount of blood, bleeding.
If there's like any chance that the blood is going to like pool up to my feet, I would climb up Yornir to get away from it.
You would need to do that almost right away, so much as the pool expanding in this space.
Does it look like it's in pain?
It is the complete fleshless bones, bleached and sitting on the floor. There is no longer any animal material aside from those.
I'm going to immediately just kneel down in the blood and just put my hands on it and just see if I can get a sense of, like, is it like actual blood? Is it maybe not blood? Is it, can I kind of learn anything about it, about the nature of what's happening?
You jump down, taking agency even in your own retelling of your story. In this moment that you are somehow being granted and transcended into, you touch the blood. It feels warm. It smells like bestial blood, irony and thick and gamey. And when you put your hands on the bones, and especially when your hands gravitate towards the horn, you leave your fingerprints, your bloody hand marks on the bone, but you touch that horn and you're filled with a tremendous jolt of energy and power. You feel strengthened by it. You feel like you are a god almost, like you are nature yourself. And in that moment, you are swept away, waking back up, and you realize that you're not looking at blood at all. You're looking at the red of a campfire of coals. You are looking at each other's faces. The lichen green nature of the lights has evaporated like it has so many times before, and the sky is clear. It is just you in the dead of night in the middle of the Drakaran lands.
What in the nine hells was that?
Perhaps this beast is in danger, is sick. Though it was well enough to help you, I don't understand. In reality, I was able to cast a spell as it charged me. And then when I awoke from my vision and my loss of consciousness, I found the mammoth dying in the middle of the circle. I put it down. It was corrupted, horribly, missing fur. appendages that should not be more than 2 eyes. It was a corruption of nature to atone for my sin of killing a mammoth. I wear these tusks as my burden and my connection to Mammut.
Light hits you now. The sun has just started peeking over the eastern mountains. Seems that morning has arrived. And as you're all taking in the longest vision that you've been through and the strangeness of its ending, you hear a sound. There's singing. You turn, and just at the horizon, you see a gang of kobolds walking in marching order with their own sledge, brandishing flags of black with some symbol, a hammer perhaps on it. Almost impossible to make out. But it's the first sentient life you've seen in weeks. And that is where we will end tonight's session.
Thank you, Derek.
Good job tonight, Derek.
Holy fuck! We got some lore, baby.
Black
Holy moly.
banner, you said?
Yep.
Yeah, with some
Black
kind
banner
of,
with a symbol.
maybe a hammer.
A hammer, perhaps?
Do you think Craw is with them?
I hope so.
Well, we're not done.
No.
Don't go anywhere.
And we're level 4. Aw.
Oh, my apologies.
Oh, are we?
You are level 4.
We did it!
Holy shit. I want them right now.
Yeah,
I was just being a piece
Yeah.
of shit. Thanks.
No, you guys have been a level 3 for way too long. Let's
Yeah.
fucking
I
go.
love it.
Hot diggity.
I'm gonna
Thank you
level
so
right
much.
now.
Don't go anywhere. Exhausted Dragon says, "Whoa, this was good." Well, thank you,
Oh, thank you.
everyone. It's
You
still
goddamn
up
right it was.
at this hour. We're going to do Adventures in Chill, which is our post-session kind of chill discussion session where we talk about our favorite moments, we theorize about lore drops, and we answer all of your questions and comments. So stick around and hang out if that interests you. If not, we will be back on Tuesday. We have a weekly campaign, a kind of a gothic horror, high fantasy,
It's real
crazy
juicy.
madness campaign that we play every week.
Hell yeah.
With our full crew. And we'll be back with this campaign on April 1st.
Which is not a joke.
It's not a joke.
It's just always the first Friday of the month, unless we can't make that work.
I just can't believe that Derek did not make a March the 4th be with you joke today.
Congratulations.
Wow, good job, Derek.
Anyway, don't go anywhere. Join our Discord to hang out between sessions.
Yeah.
And we would love to see you. And so we're going to cut over.